Good morning everybody and welcome to LTSMG at Home 21, live from the Harman Experience Centre. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Aaron Turlington-Smith.
And I'm Adam Harvey, and I'd like to introduce you to the new member of our exec team, Dave Amman from the University of Cambridge.
Thank you gents, it's hello from me, and I'm delighted to be part of the LTSMG exec this year, and it's my privilege to kick off the proceedings today. We've got a fun-packed programme for you to enjoy, including sponsor videos, presentations, talks, and also some great evening entertainment. We're running 3 competitions throughout the day with some fantastic prizes, so I would urge you to take the time to enter all of those competitions to be in with a chance to win. So, let's kick off the day with some speed pitch videos from our fantastic sponsors.
Hi, I'm James from Ampetronic, and it would be great to see you for a chat about product updates from ourselves, the latest in the assistive listening market, to discuss any training your team might need, or anything else you might want to ask about. In terms of new products, the expansion of our C series will see a rationalisation of the Ampetronic range of professional hearing loop drivers. All models are available with options for Dante and network attachment for control and monitoring. Loop might still be the preferred option for assistive listening in most environments, but we have several other options via our American partners, Williams AV. One recent addition to their range is IR+, a dual-mode product which delivers audio wirelessly via both infrared and audio over Wi-Fi. Williams also have a range of independent infrared and audio over Wi-Fi products. Williams also bring us some more general AV technologies, including guided tour, video annotation, automated video captioning, and a range of both automated and human-led language translation tools. Do check out our showcase video where we look at these topics in more detail, and it would be great to see you for a chat about any of these topics, whether in our breakout room during the event or via a dedicated meeting afterwards, either via video call or in person. Thanks for listening, and I hope to speak with you soon.
Ampetronic. Listen to the difference.
Hi Chase.
Hi Matt, how you doing?
Yeah, good thanks, yeah.
Good.
I'm working on a project at the moment with the university and we're looking at their AV requirements for next year. We're seriously considering a networked AV solution.
Yeah, they do have a lot of advantages, but they open up a lot of challenges as well.
What sort of things?
Well, for starters, there's so many out there. How do you know which ones to choose?
Yeah, that's true. It would be really useful if there was a networked AV system out there, somebody that was really mature in the market and really understood the requirements.
Yeah, and had an open API.
Ultra low latency would be good as well.
Networked audio?
Yeah, video recording and maybe control. What else?
4K 60, 444 video, all under 1 gig. Be great as well if you could have a picture-in-picture mode. That way you could bring in multiple video sources, different camera feeds, and really create that hybrid teaching environment. Actually, I think we could show you right now. We've got a couple of guest speakers that we can bring in.
Oh my god, I'm so glad that this is what I had to do for a DibDab.
Actually, maybe that's not the right idea right now.
I do like the idea of having multiple camera shots and video sources combined into one image, though. If only that technology was already available.
Well, actually, it already is.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Julian Caro and I am from Audinate. Delighted to be here on the second virtual LTSMG conference, and indeed my second meeting with you all under any guise. For those of you who do not know, Audinate is responsible for Dante, which is an audio, now an AV over IP solution adopted by over 400 manufacturers across over 3,000 products in order to deliver quality, studio quality, performance quality, low deterministic latency audio, now video, across standard computer networks. Should you have any questions regarding to the products, the technology, or indeed any projects that you might have, feel free to join me in the breakout sessions later on. That's it. Thank you very much indeed, and I look forward to seeing you later. Bye-bye.
So glad you've joined this year for LTSMG, and hopefully you'll stop by the Canon breakout room to catch up again or to meet for the first time. If we haven't met before, I'm Colin Boyle, one of the key account managers for the Canon Imaging Solutions business. Earlier this year, we expanded our product range to include the new range of PTZ cameras. If you're moving into a hybrid teaching method and you need to capture or live stream lectures, classes, practical workshops, graduation ceremonies, chapel services, or in medical education to record and assess OSCEs, then the PTZ are ideal. They're all managed over the network and can be integrated with Crestron and Extron controllers. While other options from Canon include the Canon joystick controller and the free of charge control software. Canon have taken the best technology from the Pro Video camera products and the PTZ security cameras, and built with Canon optics, the image quality is excellent, especially the face detection autofocus. Both cameras feature a 4K CMOS sensor and a host of features to support easy integration, easy setup, and ease of use. We have our LCOS installation laser projectors both in native 4K and WXGA resolution. So if you want to find out more about any of the Canon products, please come and have a chat. Have a fantastic day, and hopefully see you later in the breakout room.
Good morning all, thanks for watching the Crestron video this morning and welcome to LTSMG 2021. I think you'd agree last year was the best virtual event of the year, and we certainly all went to many virtual events. It's a shame we're not sat together, nursing hangovers, telling those embarrassing stories. You know who you are, you know who would have been in trouble. But hey, it's virtual until next April, so here we go. Join us this morning. Book a session with myself or Raj. We've got lots to tell you. Crestron Flex, over 30 products now in the range. We've got some new Android products coming to market as well. We've got the new Air Media range, world-leading product now with everything that you've all wanted. We've done streamlining of our amplifiers. So instead of us having a huge range, we've streamlined that down to 3 with many options within there as well. We've got some new switching coming with better connectivity, processors. We're now on our Series 4 processors. Join us for the meeting. I hope you all have a fantastic day, and I look forward to seeing most of you, if not all of you, sometime during today. Thanks.
They make extraordinary happen. Exceeding expectations is their passion. They're gonna give you a solution. They redefine distribution.
Oh look, what do you know? Some more information.
From their hometown of Buffalo, they distribute large format displays and audio, and cameras and drones, and also LED and AR, VR, and tech for your RV. They work with the Lone of the Grand and Epson. Did I mention Jabra, Screen Beam, and Samsung? You see them in the airports, restaurants, and schools, or even the next time that you're chilling on a cruise. Hey, some brand new divisions, one is Pro AV, and another one that's all about styling an RV. Thanks to COVID-19, now everybody's buying them, cause when it comes to planes, I am nervous about flying them. That is why I'm here doing this up in my attic, to tell Exertis clients, yeah, you should be ecstatic, because they'll get you all you need to stay ahead. Catch them at the next trade show, they'll paint the town red. Exertis. They make extraordinary happen. Exertis. Exceeding expectations is their passion. Exertis. They're gonna give you a solution. Exertis. They redefine distribution. All right, now after the big news, Exertis will match their global family around the world and their parent company DCC in Ireland, and they will continue to be the leader in value-added distribution, innovating the industry every step of the way.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Paul Wilson, Projector Product Manager.
And I'm Steve Tunnicliffe, Account Manager, and we're both from Epson's Pro Display team.
So hopefully you've had a chance to view our 5-minute video in advance of the event today. If not, we'll give you a quick snapshot right now. So we're here introducing a couple of new exciting product series really today. So Epson, well established, part of the Seiko Epson Corporation, known globally for our projector technologies, been established as the world #1 since 2001. And we're now established as the UK's #1 provider of high brightness projector solutions, 6,000 lumens and above, with 40% market share in the past 12 months in UK and Ireland. So today we'll be showing you off 2 exciting new product series. Firstly, the EBL 700 series over my left shoulder here, compact fixed lens laser projectors setting new benchmark 7,000 lumens in a compact chassis in the top of the range model. Also very energy efficient products with supreme connectivity features. Secondly, over my right shoulder, the EB PU1000, PU2000 series. These are premium interchangeable lens projectors with 4K enhancement, brightness options from 6,000 all the way up to 10,000 lumens, fantastic connectivity, and a wide suite of interchangeable lens options.
So please join Paul, myself, and the rest of the team in the next session where we can go through these products in a lot more detail and answer any of your technical questions. And I'll also be joining you this evening for the fun and games.
See you soon.
Thank you.
With such a wide-ranging portfolio of services, did you know that HuShot International can develop detailed design packages to share with the wider project team long before you're able to bring an AV contractor on board? What's more, we can easily arrange loan equipment for proof of concept testing with no obligation. And did you know that HuShot can attend meetings, liaise with the design team, and represent you throughout the project as if you were there yourself? Typically, all disciplines have consultancy representation on large build projects. Why shouldn't you in AV? Are you delivering projects alongside your day job, and do you need some help? Make an appointment to chat with one of us during LTSMG at home. We're looking forward to catching up.
Hi, I'm Theo from Igloo Vision and welcome to LTSMG at Home 2021. Igloo Vision was established in 2007 and today has a global reach with offices in New York and LA, Toronto and Melbourne, London and Dubai. We have 14 years experience of delivering immersive environments globally. We work extensively in the education sector with over 50 university installations worldwide, and in the UK today, those include Brighton, UWE, Leeds Beckett, NTU and Southampton University to name a few. An immersive environment from Igloo is powered by the Immersive Media Player. Whatever you want on the walls, you can show on the walls, easily. Any digital content or any content that can be digitalized can be shown in the immersive environment. The immersive workspace allows users, faculty, students and other stakeholders to interrogate their data in new ways and gain new insights. It builds upon the growing trend of remote and on-site learning collaboration. It allows you to combine your immersive simulation or visualization tools with a vast layer-based canvas for more traditional presentational methods, such as screen sharing, PowerPoint, cloud-based tools. And in 2021, we completed our first immersive workspace at the University of Tromsø, and there is another to follow shortly at the University of Wolverhampton. Thank you very much, and we'll speak soon.
Good morning everyone, my name's Lee Langthorne, I'm the Business Development Manager here at JM Lecterns. We're really excited to be here today with you all, hope you all have a great day. At JM we make lecterns, desks, cabinets etc. from wood, and we either finish those using traditional methods like wood veneers, or else we use more modern styles with painted finishes, logos and graphic wraps applied to the furniture. This year we've developed a few new products alongside our end users. So at Chester University we've developed a new podium style lectern for them to use where they don't now include a university PC. So the lectern can be much more slim, easier to move around, easier to move out of the space when not required, and it looks a lot more stylish. At Dundee University we developed a new desk for them to a price point, which is great, but also needs to look very stylish. Now the new desk is used for hybrid teaching, so there's a lot of surface required for dual monitors, for visualizers and such like. The new desk looks really stylish in a painted grey finish with a logo on, and these are the sorts of products and processes that we can go through with you as an end user. So if you'd like to come and discuss customizing and designing a new lectern or a teaching desk, then please make an appointment, come and see us, come and see what we've done in the past, and let's see if we can help you to create a more stylish and functional teaching space. Have a great day. Thanks very much.
Hello and welcome to Kramer Electronics UK. It's been a really exciting last few months for us here at Kramer. A lot of you may know that Fortissimo Group, who are a leading private equity company, have invested a huge amount of money into Kramer globally. And this of course can ensure that Kramer will be a vibrant and customer focused company for many years to come. There's been a massive increase in spending on research and development. So we believe that we can get ahead of the curve of product innovation. Education has always been a core market for us. You may remember, for example, back in 2015 when we introduced the Kramer Collaborative Classroom. Our training room that I'm standing in now puts that very concept into practice. I'm sure by now you're familiar with our VIA range of collaboration and presentation devices, but did you know that we also do a full range of control products such as the Kramer KT107 that you can see down here. And we also have a wide range of AV over IP products. We also do DSP products. And so the whole Kramer Collaborative Classroom is powered by Kramer products. To ensure that we stay ahead of the product innovation curve, Kramer have appointed Sefi Aron. In support of Sefi, we at Kramer UK have appointed Devinder Rai to be our education champion. And by the way, over the years, we've won quite a few awards for our product innovation, both in the UK and internationally. Thank you for watching and enjoy the rest of your day with the LTSMG.
Lightware Visual Engineering is an AV equipment manufacturer and high-fidelity signal management specialist, creating devices and technologies for a wide range of applications across multiple industries to securely control, distribute and manage video and audio signals, all of this with zero latency and any compromise on performance or on quality. Lightware is headquartered in Budapest, Hungary, serving the global AV audience for 23 years and covering more than 30 countries with a vast network of regional offices and distributors. A diverse team of more than 200 professionals is the driving force behind our ability to continuously deliver pioneering solutions to our partners, including devices that were or still are the first of their kind in the last 2 decades. Our product range includes traditional AV devices such as HDMI and DisplayPort matrix switchers, routers and extenders, as well as AV over IP multimedia systems and unified communication setups. The unique Lightware advantages include open API, intuitive analytics and diagnostics, zero latency transmission and easy setup that doesn't require programming skills. We are grateful for being trusted by thousands of partners, including some of the world's leading innovators, and for choosing our devices to empower a wide range of AV projects from corporate applications to large-scale live events and beyond. To learn more about these benefits and what difference Lightware can bring to your AV application, we encourage you to find out more at www.lightware.com.
Hello everyone, my name is Chris Hopkins and I look after education for England and Wales within the Logitech public sector team. At Logitech, our solutions give students the power to learn and find their voice by boosting knowledge, retention and achievement. From remote learning essentials such as webcams, mice, keyboards to fully certified classroom video solutions, we have the best in breed products for your environments. With our strategic alliance partners such as Google, Microsoft, Zoom, Extron, and many more, we can ensure our products provide you with the most seamless and secure experiences for both near and far-end learning. So now more than ever, we're seeing the need to make learning accessible and fun, regardless of age, learning style, or location. The right solutions enable us to break down barriers and allow students and teachers to collaborate without distraction. We want to ensure we feel the 3 key areas are covered. The classroom, the first place to start when setting up an effective hybrid learning environment. Then we need to equip the educators with unique solutions that let them use tools like whiteboards for a more natural experience. And finally, remote student needs. They need to feel just as part of the learning as their in-class colleagues. Our expertise covers pre-sales, post-sales, evaluation kits, on-site workshops, and your own dedicated customer success manager, so you have a point of contact at every stage of your journey. We very much look forward to working with you in the future and look forward to seeing you all soon. Thank you very much.
With myself and Alex and learn more about the LED Essential Bundles and how we're supporting the education sector. You will learn more about our 136-inch and our amazing LSCB range. Look forward to seeing them. Bye!
Hi, good morning. Phil Stanley from Mersive. Great to be involved in another LTSMG event, and I'm really looking forward to today. At Mersive, we build software and cloud services that transform meeting and learning spaces. Our solutions increase productivity by allowing any number of users on any device to wirelessly share and manipulate content on displays and seamlessly connect to remote participants using any web-based conferencing service. Because of our software-centric approach, organizations have access to a steady stream of new features and can centrally manage, analyze, and upgrade deployments of any size for optimum ROI. The original Solstice Pod, Gen 3 Pod, has been extended in terms of its software capability. That's allowed us to bring to market solutions like Solstice Conference and Solstice Active Learning. Conference is a full BYOD, BYOM capability built into the pod that allows you to bring your Zoom or Teams meeting to the room and connect to the in-room infrastructure for audio and video from the likes of Logitech and Bose and a number of those other guys. It gives enormous flexibility for anybody to use any service in any room. Solstice Active Learning is fantastic for group-based learning, easy for academics and students alike to use, and very quick and easy to deploy. And again, using the same pod technology and the same cloud and software services in the background, that allows us to remotely manage all of the solutions that are in our building, be that for conferencing, active learning, or just purely for wireless sharing in a room. Really looking forward to the rest of the day. It'd be fantastic to meet some of you in the Meet the Sponsors section and maybe see what we can do in terms of helping you with your requirements. Thanks a lot. As I say, my name's Phil Stanley from Mersive.
Hello, and welcome to Panasonic Quizmaster. Let's meet our first contestant. Welcome, and your name is?
Carlton G.
Your occupation?
Project Sales Manager.
And your chosen specialist subject?
Panasonic.
Okay, we have 60 seconds on the clock, starting now. Which brand brought their first laser projector to market in 2012 and are now one of the leading brands across all sectors and brightnesses from 5 to 50,000 lumen?
Panasonic.
Correct. What is the higher education warranty on all Panasonic laser projectors?
5 years, 20,000 hours.
Correct. Which market-leading brand offers 1-chip DLP, 3-chip DLP, and 3 LCD projection technologies, enabling customers to select the best value technology for their application?
Panasonic.
Correct. What is the name of the Panasonic website where customers can obtain the latest software and firmware updates?
Pass.
Correct. Who would you recommend? I've started, so I'll finish. Who would you recommend to book an appointment with at LTSMG?
Panasonic.
Carlton, you have 5 correct answers and no passes. Carlton's clearly an expert in his chosen subject of Panasonic. Please do contact him or the rest of the team through LTSMG. Thank you.
Hi all, Pete Curtis here from Polar and welcome to the LTSMG Online 2021. Most, if not all of you, know who I am and what I look like, so for this section we'd like to show you the new Polar Education website which will be going live soon. What are we hoping to achieve? An easy to navigate, informative website that can offer you product info, retail pricing and more in time to come. As you can see, we've put our product ranges into categories, making it easy for you to look up what you want, see the spec, and in the near future will be the retail pricing. We are learning how to help, so this isn't the finished article, it's more a start. This is about you being able to specify your projects with as much ease as possible. So we're happy for your feedback, but please make it reasonable. If you have any inquiries regarding any of the products or services, please don't hesitate to contact me on 07572 466 129 or email peter.curtis@polar.uk.com.
This is QSys. First, we need a QSys core. It's not a traditional AV device, but a server that is built on IT standard technologies and operates over a standard network to monitor and manage all audio, video, and control. Then, in each room, you can use native QSys peripherals to build the AV system for that space. Let's have a look at this native QSys touch panel. It allows for full room control for remote or hybrid learning and integrates with a conferencing system like Teams or Zoom. We can also allow users to control native and third-party devices using only the browser on their smartphone, which is great for reducing physical contact. Your centralized QSys core means that it's straightforward to deploy as many user interfaces to as many devices as you need and update them just as easily. You can add all kinds of rooms to your project, such as hybrid lecture theatres and seminar spaces, and active learning collaboration spaces, all of which can be certified for Microsoft Teams, even with multiple cameras and audio-based camera tracking. And as this is running on the campus network, we can distribute audio and video to anywhere, while retaining centralized control via the core. Of course, you can also use our smaller QSys cores, which allow for spaces to be managed independently, alongside the rooms that are managed centrally. Next, let's connect all the systems to your QSys Reflect account, where Enterprise Manager will let you remotely monitor and manage all of your AV systems globally. This cloud service can link into an existing IT dashboard, or you can just use any device with a browser. For example, here we have a global view of some sites where we can remotely view, configure and support all our AV systems. With Enterprise Manager, you will automatically get alerts about any issues that come up for both native and third-party devices, and we can even deploy completely new configurations and update firmware remotely. So that's QSys. Easy to manage and monitor remotely, scalable, with comprehensive control capabilities, and based on secure, IT standard technologies for audio, video, and control.
Are you struggling for great audio on your video recordings? Why not use the Sennheiser MKE400 for all of your great recordings on smart devices and SLRs. Now back to our main feature.
Hello? I can't hear you.
What? I can't hear you.
Hello? Sorry, I can't hear you.
Sorry, I didn't hear that question. Could someone repeat the question for me, please? Hello? Hello? I can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
Hello? Guys, I can hear you, but I can't hear you. Hello?
Hello?
This is a job for your friendly neighbourhood microphone guy. Meet Education Technology Man. Talk, listen, control. You need Team Connect Ceiling 2 for that high intelligible far-end audio and in-room voice amplification all at the same time. Now, if you need other applications, do use SpeechLine, but also bring audio to your smartphone using Mobile Connect. Now, watch out for those dastardly AV disasters. Over to our collaboration queen.
Team Sennheiser with our collaboration partners, allowing you to provide a complete AV disaster busting solution.
Team Sennheiser asks you to join them now so you can hear us, your friendly neighbourhood microphone team.
Hi, it's Joe here from Teacher Boards, and it's great to be back here at the LTSMG. I met some of you last year, and it's great to see some new faces too. We're excited for you to see our video, which has loads of information about key products and our audio-visual solutions. Please make sure to come and have a chat with either myself or Amy. We'd love the opportunity to see you face to face with loads of bits and bobs and freebies to hand out. We can't wait to see you all in person next year, and until then, take care and we will see you soon.
My glass is like wonky.
Yeah, a little bit.
Hi, I'm Kev Lyons from Teammate. Thank you for taking time to listen to our 90-second speed pitch video. Things are a little different this year. Follow the numerous bloopers from a previous speed pitch.
Action! Do I start now?
I have therefore decided to talk behind the camera instead. Some say it's because I have a face for radio. Really?
Yeah, say it, it'd be funny.
So today we'll be showing you snippets of our Kobe Workspace table, huddle zone and wood veneer panels for our educator. Hopefully we'll convince you to visit us today. Teammate has had great success with designing and installing our Kobe Workspace table at various UK higher education sites throughout 2021. Kobe can then be scaled to fit perfectly within your room or open plan area. Teammate produced renders as part of our approval drawings so you can be sure you are receiving exactly what you require. Other Teammate products such as our Evolve mobile partition and our screen riser work in conjunction with the Kobe and your audio visual systems and ultimately help maximise your space's potential. Teammate's new huddle zone will also be on show today. This was launched at the beginning of the year to offer an alternative to our popular work zone table range. Now, an exciting development to our popular Educator 3 lectern range. We now offer wood effects. We offer a range of wood veneers which we can apply to our lecterns that enables Teammate to cater for any architectural environment. So, to find out more about everything we are currently doing, please do visit us today. We look forward to seeing you later.
Hi everybody, James, Lee, TK team. We hope the show goes really well this year. I know it's another virtual show, but I hope it's a good one. We're really looking forward to April when we can meet you obviously in the flesh and the conference can get back to its normal routines. But in the meantime, we hope obviously this conference goes well. We have put this small video together, which we've put the hidden slide in, which we hope you'll take a look at and make a note of that hidden slide so it'll go forwards for you into the big raffle. Anyway, wishing you all well. We're going to be making contact over the coming weeks and hopefully visiting you in the flesh, on site, on campus to discuss and help you with your future projects. If that's something that you'd rather not have, we're still obviously very well geared for Teams, Skype or Zoom meetings or just a simple telephone call. But anyway, wishing you well. Hope the conference goes really, really well as it did last time, and we'll be in touch soon, and very soon, either in the flesh before or at the conference in April. We'd like to see you, but wishing you well and thanks again. Bye-bye.
Good morning and thanks for joining us at LTSMG 2021. I hope you are all well. We thought last year's event went brilliantly, a tribute to the organisers, and we'd like to thank Adam and Aaron, who are once again ensuring a very enjoyable, high quality virtual conference happens for us. We're keen to get today's activities and discussions underway. Looking forward to it. If you haven't heard of us before, TopTech are a market-leading manufacturer of audiovisual and collaborative furniture solutions based in Birmingham, technical furniture specialists. We design and manufacture specialised furniture for teaching spaces in universities, colleges, academies, not to mention training suites in the NHS and the wider commercial world, always with the customer's aspirations for the space at the forefront of our solution. Today we have a brand new offering to show you, and we're again excited to demonstrate how TopTech can support education as we return to the new normal. Make sure to watch out for our in-depth video to find out more when we take you from the design process all the way through to installation. Enjoy your day.
Hi, I'm Greg Jeffries of Visual Displays. I currently lead a VIXA standards group and led or co-wrote our display standards. We use these standards so that you can specify, procure, and certify displays with certainty. We mostly operate in teaching spaces from 6 to 7 meters deep, where you need at least 100-inch displays. Size is everything, and the DISCAS standard makes this unequivocal. Students have to fully engage with content. If those at the back can't, that's a teaching and learning failure. We are your go-to experts for displays of all types, particularly projection, but projection done properly. Some people have fallen out of love with projection thanks to disappointing washed-out images. Every campus seems to have one or two such embarrassing heritage systems. But forget everything you know about old projection. New projection means optical screens. This is an unretouched iPhone photo from Glasgow Uni, where we installed 30 such systems through Kinley using DNP's ambient light rejecting screen technology. Think about it. Once you choose new projection and doing it properly, you can choose correct image sizes on a room-by-room basis. Please join me in our breakout room later to find out more. Then we'll send you a free light meter plus a drink on us. Also, do book me in for a campus visit. I'll bring technology evaluations so you can see for yourself. We can do some standards training for your team, and I'll bring some meters and do a free detailed audit of a room or two. Enjoy today's event. I look forward to seeing you in person during the day, then later in tonight's revelry and shenanigans.
Hi, I'm Bernardo from X2O Media. We provide immersive teaching and learning environments for universities, business schools, and educational institutions globally with X2O One Room. One Room is unique. It helps to connect in-room participants with remote students through interactive learning environments using directional audio, unique camera views, and collaborative tools. If you haven't had the opportunity to experience One Room for yourself, we host regular online demo sessions where you can attend as a participant and experience One Room firsthand. Alternatively, we can arrange to give you a dedicated session for you and your team at the time of your convenience. We've recently released some new features and functionalities. I'd love to share those with you. So please pop by and say hello at LTSMG at home, or reach out and arrange a demo session with us. Hope to see you soon.
Hello everyone, I hope you're having a great conference. Julian and I and Wolf Vision hope you have a great time, and we're proud to be supporting the event this year. I'm sure many of you are looking forward to spending time with your peers to discuss some of the challenges you faced over the past 12 months and how you've tackled those challenges head on through the effective use of technology.
On behalf of Wolf Vision, we would like to thank you for your support in what's been an incredibly turbulent year. We really value your input and ideas in helping us to further enhance our products for the hybrid world.
We've really enjoyed delivering some exciting projects this year with many of you. Our sign-up and visualizer solutions have been used to great effect to create hybrid learning environments at scale by leveraging our integrations with Microsoft Teams, Zoom and Panopto.
So come and join us later on in the day. Jonathan and I will be more than happy to see you.
Thank you and have a great conference.
Have a great conference.
Thanks for watching our sponsor Speed Pitch videos. We really couldn't do this event without them. We would have loved for this event to have been in person, but unfortunately this year, with the amount of planning that it takes, it just wasn't possible. That said, we have some very exciting news for you about 2022. More on that later. Right now, it's time for us to open our virtual trade show with our sponsors.
So it's the same format as last year. We're running it as a Zoom open house with breakout rooms. So please drop in and say hello to as many of our sponsors as possible, especially people you've never met before. It's a great opportunity to put names to faces and book some follow-up meetings.
And as a bit of incentive, if you hit the minimum number of sponsor meetings, you go into the draw to win an iPad. So please, again, visit as many sponsors as you can. We do really value their support and we couldn't put on this event without them. Hi everyone, welcome back to LTSMG at Home 21 live from the Harman Experience Centre. For any of you that may have missed the introductions this morning, my name's Aaron Turlington-Smith.
And I'm Adam Harvey, and I'd like to introduce the newest recruit to the LTSMG exec team, David Mann from the University of Cambridge.
Thanks gents. So another huge welcome to LTSMG at Home 2021. It's fantastic to have you all with us here today. We hope you enjoyed the speed pitches from our sponsors and that you also had some really useful conversations with them during our virtual trade show. In fact, I'd like to take this opportunity to extend a huge thank you to our fantastic sponsors, without whom we really could not make this event possible.
And don't forget to submit your entry for the Hidden Retro Suite competition via our online form. There's still plenty of time to get your entry in for your chance to win an excellent prize.
And talking about other things that you could be doing, you can be tweeting against the hashtag LTSMG21. I'm sure there's plenty of chatter you'd like to have on social media today about the event. And we've been trying to keep busy this year as LTSMG, and you may have seen on social media that we fielded a team of LTSMG heroes for the Autumn Wolf Run, and we've raised over £3,000 for the Kids Out charity. So I'd like to say a huge thank you to our team for making that possible, and I'd like to name those people. They were Darren Slater, Ben Barnard, Sammy Buse, Carlton G, Kev Lyons, Nick Pigeon, Pete Curtis, Jonathan Owen, Darren Gatenby, and our very own Aaron Turlington-Smith. So, with the first of our presentations this afternoon, I'd like to welcome Mark Frost from Intel. And Mark's going to be talking to us about the Smart Campus Cookbook and also the current supply shortage of semiconductors.
If you have any questions for Mark, post them into the Zoom Q&A and we'll post them to him at the end of the presentation. Mark, over to you.
Good afternoon and thank you guys. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Thank you for the opportunity to present this afternoon. I'm Mark. I've been with Intel for about 5 years. And then prior to moving over to the dark side of sales and marketing, I have a proper job as a design engineer. And you may be wondering, what is Intel doing here today? Normally we deal with Intel for laptops, desktops, servers, but Intel has many facets, I guess, and one of those facets are the division I work for, the Internet of Things group. And as part of that group, we have people across the world who are there to work with our partners, people like Sharp, NEC, Clever Touch, for example, just some of the people I've seen today. They're key partners for us. We work together with those partners. And the other facet of my role is more about what we're going to talk about today, which is the art of the possible, looking forward, looking out in time a little bit to the end users and saying, hey, what about some of this technology that's coming through? Maybe you could think about looking at some of that sort of stuff. So that's the kind of thing I do. And today, I want to talk a bit about the Smart Campus Cookbook, which is a kind of a new initiative we are working on together. So this will work, and we'll get to the next slide. Okay, so you should be Smart Campus picture. Hopefully it was good. So what do we mean by Smart Campus? There's an awful lot of blah blah talked about Smart Campus. an awful lot of firmware, vaporware, nothing really insubstantial. So for me, what it means is it's a digital campus. It's connecting multiple sensors around a campus, edge devices, all connected together on a common platform where you can collect all the data in, analyze the data, and look for insights to improve the experience of staff and student alike. And also, we found from talking to a few institutions, this kind of stuff could be interesting punctuation. Some of this, students look at this kind of cool stuff we're doing with technology over here. This is the value we think it brings to you as a student. So it might be an interesting selling point going forward for the institution. So really, the cookbook for me is a list of. Sorry, it's gone a bit weird this end. It's okay. The cookbook for me is a list of ingredients, really. So what we're trying to do is put together a list of ingredients that could be used to build together a smart campus. So you take this, this, and this, put it together in a very easy way and create a hybrid teaching room, or put this, this, and this together and create a multi-site video room, for example. Trying to democratize everything a little bit. Some of the key aims of the cookbook are here. So, we've seen that hardware reuse is very important. How can we make the most out of any investments? Not just buying a very expensive box that sits in the corner just to do one thing. Can we get a box that does many things? Mobile solutions, can you move that box from room to room to room to reuse it, for example? We've heard that a lot of lecturers like to have a seamless home remote working environment. So if they're at home like I am today, their experience of joining a session is very similar to as it is when they're on campus. They don't have to learn new stuff, new kit to learn or get familiar with it. Just go and teach and do their thing without too much hassle. We know that support for these things is tricky. You guys get involved in that all the time. You have better things to be doing a lot of the time, I guess, than trying to support some bespoke bit of hardware that's sat in the corner of one room in the campus. So part of the aim of the cookbook is to try and make this stuff easier to install, to use, and to support, and to make it scalable. So, we have seen some what I would call smart campus installations, which are really expensive. Multi-million pound, and that doesn't scale. If you're a small FE college somewhere, you just don't have the budget for that. So part of this is to make it scalable, so people can afford to put together their own version of smart campus and not rely on some super duper all singing or dancing thing. Try and tie solutions to curriculum, not the other way around. As a technology company, we're always really good at saying, hey, everyone, look at this, isn't it great? And without really looking and understanding what the needs of the end user are. So, trying to tie some of this smart campus stuff to the actual curriculum and the teaching and the needs of the staff, rather than trying to impose it on top of that. And one final thing we're looking at as well is more of as a service. So rather than coming out of capital expenditure, making upfront purchases, is there a way we can move this into the OPEX? So paying like a monthly rental for like a hybrid teaching room, for example. So just to step into some of the ingredients then, if this works. So this is not an exhaustive list, okay? This is just some of the stuff I put together, otherwise we'd be here forever. Each of the ingredients listed, you'll see, has a number of partners listed. This is not an exclusive list. So for example, the first one we come across from interactive screens, we work with about 30 different partners on this. So I've just literally picked a few out. Hopefully this goes through. You guys are all familiar with this, I suspect. It's becoming quite a commodity product now. The interactive flat panel display, large in the corner of the room or front of the room, which has got an interactive touch overlay on the top of it. Often comes installed with Android as an operating system, so Android apps. They all come, believe it or not, with a PC slot inside, an OP. That doesn't have to be Intel, could be anybody, it could be an ARM PC or an AMD or an NVIDIA. Often it's Intel, and that PC then gives you access to additional stuff like Windows, Office 365, running Zoom or Teams, running some computer vision technology we'll talk about later. You'll see from some of the guys at NEC, for example, they're moving towards a different form factor, the SDM that's shown there on the bottom right as the compute form factor. The nice thing about that is that they're moving towards 8K, becoming 8K ready. Some of these bigger screens now are becoming 8K ready. We might not be there yet, but at least the compute is ready for that when it comes along. The bad side of this technology, and I guess you guys probably have seen a lot of this, is that they can end up being either just a dumb display or a dust collector. People haven't been using it properly. It's just installed in the corner of the room. Lecturer comes in with a laptop, HDMI cable in the side, just uses it as a display. So part of the mission going forward is to try and make sure people are using these screens, pretty much as you see in the picture, as a collaboration piece of technology for people to get up around and collaborate together. Now, not all courses and curriculum are for that, but an awful lot of them do. And actually, we see some real benefits where it's used in that way. The next kind of ingredient is wireless collaboration. So if students are in a room together, how can they share it between each other, with a lecturer? And there's, this is a commodity product. It's been around forever. There's lots of solutions, Barco with the WeConnect, with the Kramer guys, Immersive, lots of other technologies available. Intel also has a product, and this probably is my only product pitch. So Intel does have a product. It's Intel Unite. It's been around a long time. I think it's finally come of age. They've really sorted it out now. The nice thing about it is that it is just a piece of software. So, for example, if you have an interactive touch screen in the room and you have an OPS PC in the side that you're running, say, Office 365 on, or using it for Teams or Zoom, then Unite's just another load on top of that. And it will just sit there quietly in the corner of the room and become the wireless hub that everyone else can connect to. Also, it's pretty much free, which is another interesting selling point. Now, I've got a little video. It is American, so please try and stick with it. It's about 2 minutes long, but it does show a lot of the features of Unite and how it can be used in an education setting. Here we go.
I'm Grant Kelly from Intel. Today, I'll show you why the Intel Unite solution is a seamless collaboration solution ideal for education. It's easy for everyone to learn and use, from students to teachers and faculty. Welcome to our classroom. We'll have a few different views for you so you can see everything that happens with the Intel Unite solution. We'll have a camera on our teacher who is working from her laptop at the front of the room, our student on his Chromebook from his desk, our main display in the room, and we'll show you what it's like for a remote learning student later in the demonstration. Let's begin. The Intel Unite solution is perfect for the classroom. Teachers and students can quickly and easily join the room and can collaborate like never before. When the teacher opens her laptop, she simply enters the 6-digit PIN displayed on the room display. Now she can share content on the display and do even more as a moderator. When the students enter with their devices connected to the network, whether Windows, Mac OS, Chrome, even iOS or Android, they simply enter the PIN as well and can now see on their device what is being displayed on the hub. With students and teachers only needing to touch their own personal devices, it makes the classroom more hygienic. As class begins, the teacher is the moderator of the room. She can use peripherals via plugins like a digital whiteboard and applications native to the hub, which students can also remotely view. With a tap of a button, she can give access to students to annotate images on the room display, complete problems on the whiteboard, share content with the class, and more. This also gives students who may have accessibility challenges the advantage of having everything they need on their personal screen. With Teacher Preview, she can view a student's screen from her desk. She simply selects the student's screen she wants to view, and their screen is shown on hers to preview the content prior to sharing with the rest of the class and begin collaborating more efficiently. Remote students can join the classroom with ease. Video conferencing apps like Zoom integrate seamlessly. The teacher starts the video conference meeting, the remote students join and can see everything the students in the class see. And the view for the remote students is virtually the same as the view that the students in the room are seeing. Everything shared in the room, content, whiteboard app, document camera, etc., is shared to the Zoom meeting. Beyond the classroom, teachers and administrators can use the Intel Unite solution in any space throughout the school. They can use the Intel Unite solution in conference rooms for administrative meetings and professional development, use digital signage to push content to all networked displays for the principal's daily announcements and emergency notifications, or you could display a calendar of events on all hall displays in public areas. The way we teach and learn is evolving. The Intel
Okay, skipping on from that one. I don't know if this poll question will work or not. We didn't have a chance to test this. If not, we'll skip over. But the idea of it was really, I'm talking to lots of people, and we're seeing that really that for good or bad, Teams is really coming through. People are using Teams now because they've already got their Office 365 set up. SharePoint, they tend to be using Teams as their kind of video conference platform of choice. Zoom also, but I was just interested to see if anybody else had any other opinions, and maybe we can cover that in the chat later on. Something else I've been made aware of recently, one of our partners, Sony, is doing some kind of cool things with handwriting extraction on standard whiteboards, and also chroma keyless overlay. So I've got a little short video. Again, apologies if the sound doesn't work. See, I'm just showing some of the features in action. It's better than me trying to describe it. So let's see. Let's go through to the next.
Handwriting extraction, it will be perfect for teaching classes, doing mathematics, linguistics, whatever you would like to see or would like to show. Right now, we chose 4 focus points. Everything that is in between those focus points becomes a digitized image and works as an overlay over the existing real-time video feed coming from the camera above. That way, it can extract color and enhance it and brighten it up. So what would happen if I were to change something on the whiteboard? In this case, this is a whiteboard, could be a blackboard, could be anything you need. So I could just write something down here, and as soon as the camera picks it up, it extracts it, brightens it in color, as you can see shown on the monitors above. So it recognizes any color, so you don't need any special pens for this, as you can see.
There's a nice solution.
So the other thing I would like to demonstrate for you
overlay,
is the Chroma Keyless CG overlay. And what it does is we actually create a green screen, but without the expenses or the costs or the extra editing that comes with a green screen. So as you can see, I'm still in the same classroom as we set it up. The only requirement is that it's a static background, so the background cannot change. So when we set it up, we connect the camera with an HDMI cable to the Edge Analytic appliance box, and the background is actually coming in from the computer also via an HDMI cable, and that way anything that is on your computer you can use as a background. So it could be a static image, I could be hosting a television show, I could show you around real estate without actually changing the venue where we're at. And this way you get to shoot real professional corporate videos without the expenses that normally come with that. So because this background feed is coming in from the computer, I could also use it as a PowerPoint system. So because it's still connected to the computer, I could use the remote control that I would use for the computer and just click through and use my monitor, my PC monitor, as my focus monitor to see where I'm at.
And that's a really nice feature, I think, having that ability to present like that from the PC, but then the remote class seeing like this huge overlay, and it could do some really sexy things with that, I think, and really try and engage remote learners. Okay, so now on to slightly more controversial areas, perhaps. So say, for example, you're setting up a hybrid classroom. You've already got your display for showing the content in the room, and you've got a camera for your video conferencing. That could be your Zoom, Teams, or whatever, but you've got a webcam there, you've got a PC already there. What else can you do with that? So we've been exploring various other things, and we'll talk a bit more about this one later on, but this is a privacy-friendly computer vision system, i.e. no images are taken of people, so no faces are recognized. It's developed by a little London company called Sensing Feeling, who've done some really cool stuff with Network Rail around suicide prevention on railways and trespassing, where the system can look at human behaviors. So it's not happy face, smiley face. It's a very advanced system that looks at human behaviors to try and work out how people are feeling, what they might do next. we've installed this as part of a proof of concept at an institution, and I'll talk about that a bit later on. I think the use case for some of this technology, whatever people will say, is really not defined in education yet, but we think there could be something there. And the idea at the moment was we're going to try some of these technologies, run them for say 6 to 12 months and see what happens. There could be some interesting stuff. So this here can detect the overall emotion in the room, where people have been looking, their gazes, and a bunch of other stuff, social distancing, occupancy sensing, all that kind of cool stuff. So this system is privacy friendly. There's no image leaving the room. And then this one isn't. So this is from a Taiwanese company called iBase. It's used quite a lot in China. This is actually their smart classroom bit of software. Again, it runs on a box in the room, actually uses an SDI camera for this, but they're now changing it to use standard webcams, as long as it's a decent quality webcam. I don't know if you can see in the image there, but it's actually, I've run a test here, it's actually picking me up. So it's got my image in the database on the box in the room, and it's recognized that I'm there. And then it's actually looking at my behaviors during the lecture. You know, have I been asleep? Have I been standing up? Have I been paying attention? Where have I been looking? What have I been doing? And it's recording that. Now, this is much more intrusive. It's used quite a bit in China now, or and other parts of the Far East to try and improve learning outcomes. Now, it can be put in a positive light, but I can also see that people say, "Oh my goodness, this is very intrusive spyware." Effectively, you know, spying on the kids and the teachers in the class. We're actually working with a couple of institutions now, actually some K through 12 institutions are really interested in trying this technology, just to see if there are really interesting learning benefits that come out from this. I've actually got a little video here. Now, this was taken a few years ago. Again, this is a system that was set up for demo, so it is a bit of a contrived setup, but you can see the kids set up in a traditional kind of didactic setup, you know, with desks and stuff, and the system recognizes the children. So if I click the play, you can see the boxes coming up around the kids, and there's a number associated with it. So, you know, pupil 54, for example. So it recognizes that, and it's looking at whether they're kind of sitting, standing, raising their hand throughout the lecture. So you can see very quickly a system like this can be put together to behaviors. Now, whether that is something that we can use in this country, and particularly in places like Germany, where they're very anti-camera technology, I don't know. The use case is undefined, but I think there could be something there, and we're going to keep sticking with that in some of our proof of concept installs that we're doing at the moment. Other uses of facial recognition, recognizing an individual. So institutions, so rather than using an access card, which is interestingly, most of them have photos on anyway, stored in a central database, so that your photos are already floating around, I guess, anyway. Access login to lecture spaces, you know, automatic registration, student presence, student locations, hotspots around the campus, maybe looking for unauthorized people on campus, trying to tackle truancy, which is less of an issue, obviously, with HEFE. And also, I don't know if you saw in the press recently, you know, payments for goods and services on campus. So there's a UK school that's actually now using facial recognition technology for the children to pay for their lunches in the canteen automatically. So if they lose their card can't be stolen by someone else, and then the money on it used. So it's very much tied to their face. No one else can take that money away. So it's proved quite an interesting trial. So I've got a few videos here showing a few more of these use cases. Please ignore the cheesy music in the second one. So the first one, actually, again, it's just another facial recognition. This was actually done for my business unit in Arizona, where I report into, and they just very quickly trained a computer model using standard facial and gaze recognition to recognize employees when they're moving around a room. So, you know, this could be another version of attendance tracking, for example, if you like. Now, this is a version from China, High Vision. It's an interactive touchscreen, and here you can see you kind of press the button and it automatically registers all the children in the room. So it's expecting 40 kids, and it's got 40 children, and he knows who's coming to register that day. So it's an automatic roll call system, effectively, it's being used today. And the final one, this is for access control, just a little demo. You can see as they walk through the room, coming into the building, the screen on the right recognizes them very quickly. That's just a simple webcam and an Intel NUC, a low-powered NUC doing all that. Again, it could just be an additional workload on some kit you already have in the building to look at access control and monitoring people around the building in and out. Again, another poll question, but again, we can cover this in the chat. And this has been really interesting talking about this. I was expecting everybody I've talked to say, no way are you putting this kind of technology into my institution. But actually, a lot of people are quite interested in trying it. You know, could this be a point of differentiation for us? Could there be some really interesting outcomes that come from using this type of technology or a derivative of this technology benefit us, the institution, the staff, the students? Is there something there? A few of the use cases, a few other ingredients, I guess, that we're seeing become more popular. You know, machines, kiosk, a bit like the McDonald's system at the top there. And actually, we do a lot of work with McDonald's, believe it or not. And their kiosks actually have. This is why they installed them everywhere, because it's making them a lot of money, particularly on upselling. You know, when you had someone say, "Was that a large fries, please, sir?" Actually, they're finding that people on these kiosks are happier to increase the size of their order if they're not asked directly by somebody else. They don't feel pressure. So people using the kiosk actually will stuff and bring more money in. So we see there's benefits there in some institutions. Wayfinding we'll cover in a second. And I've put video wall up. The video wall technology is coming down in price massively. Particularly some of this LED wall now, the little LED tiles, not the LCD you tile into a big screen, but the LED panels you put together to make a big wall. And we've seen a really interesting use case, which I couldn't find a picture of, unfortunately, where they've created like a portal. So for multi-site teaching, so actually is a whole wall covered with this LED screen, and they actually use it as a window into another campus with camera and audio. So people can actually experience what the other people are seeing, almost like looking through a piece of glass into another campus. So there's some really interesting use cases for some of this technology coming on. I just wanted to make you aware. In terms of wayfinding, this is an example done for actually one of our campuses in Petah Tikva in Israel. It's a simple wayfinding system. It's on the screen on the wall, touch screen. You can see when you go to a floor, which rooms are available, and you click on an empty room, for example, and then the system says, "Oh, you want to go this route here to find this room." That's okay. But for me, the other use case is when you click on the meetings, it shows you the current meetings running on that floor. So for me, often I forgot the room, but I know what meeting I'm going to, X, and I can click that, and it shows you, oh, you want to be in room 309 over there. So that's really another nice use case for this. And then you can layer on other stuff on top of this, looking at which rooms are free and all that kind of stuff. Wayfinding itself, I'm not entirely convinced of. Talking to another institution, they were saying that actually a lot of students just have the wayfinding app on their mobile phone now, rather than using a dedicated system in campus. Actually, students like to use it on their phone instead, but not all of them are like this. Some people actually benefit from having physical kit like this installed on site. I guess this was where the term smart campus, smart building came about originally, and it still is a lot of the business. It's around the environmental factors, I guess, building control, building management. There's a couple of solutions I showed here. One on the left-hand side, which is the, high-end flagship thing from Johnson Controls, which is like the whole thing, but you need very deep pocket. And the other option is another UK company called IA Connect. They do some really interesting little boxes that you put in rooms. Again, kind of Intel NUC based thing that reports the data back to a dashboard. Very easy to build a network of these quite quickly. And looking at things like temperature, humidity, CO2 levels, just generating lots of data that could be used as part of a bigger picture. On that in a second. The other little product pitch here, you guys have probably seen this before. You've probably seen laptops with a little vPro AMT sticker on the side. This technology has been around forever. It's actually built into the chipset itself, of the Intel chipset, and it's designed really for remote manageability. So we offer this as a standard feature, as not all of our chips, but the vast bulk of the chipsets you see in laptops, desktops, servers, edge devices will have this capability built in. We've then got a free manageability platform built on top of that. It used to be called Mesh Central Mesh Commander, which is a bit Heath Robinson. There's actually a new version now called Endpoint Management Assistant called Emma. It's a very cool bit of technology. It's completely free. There's lots of management software out there, but they all rely on the operating system running. So if you've got a laptop working remotely, if the operating system's running, then most of these standard bits of software will work. But what happens if the operating system has crashed, or if you want to change something in the BIOS? The Intel vPro stuff allows you to get in under the hood, in-band technology, so you can get in as if you are sat in front of the laptop. It's basically a hardware KVM. You can get in and update the BIOS, provision your operating system, all that kind of cool stuff. So this technology is available. It is free to use, which again is a lot of our reseller channel don't like it because you can't make any money selling something that's free. It is there, it's available, it's a very popular bit of technology. If you would like somebody to talk to you about some of this stuff, there's a team of people in the UK who are happy to come and give you a demo and talk a bit more detail about some of this stuff. I'm just conscious of time now, I've been whiffling on. Pretty much the last ingredient is probably the most important, which is the platform. You've got all these sensors and edge boxes we talked about. You know, IFPD is a sensor generating data. A wireless presentation system is a device generating data. A computer vision system generating data. Environmental system generating data. All of this data has got to go somewhere. It needs to go onto a platform, and you need to have some way of analyzing all of that and trying to look for some insights. Maybe when the CO2 level was this in this room, and this happened with this wireless presentation system, and this happened with the students, then some amazing learning outcome happened. And I think that's part of what we don't know at the minute. And part of our projects we're working on now is collecting all of this data and then engaging some data science students in those institutions to start looking at the data and looking for insights, patterns, something cool that has happened in that data. And there's a bunch of partners, again, we're working with on these platforms. All right, so let's bake a cake, stick all the ingredients together. Let's put some smart campus use cases down. Again, another poll question, we covered that in the chat afterwards. Just about a trend to less formal lecture spaces and more collaborative spaces. You know, we are seeing that, and people are saying that actually we're not going to spend money now on these kind of formal lecture spaces anymore. We're going to, you know, defocus on that and make more collaborative hybrid spaces going forward. This is a cool one. We've been working with City of Glasgow College on a smart campus strategy. And this is their hybrid classroom. The idea has come from a education consultant we work with a lot, Duncan Pebbody, who used to work for JISC. He's now a consultant, and we work with Duncan a lot on this, and Tom Duff at Glasgow. This is basically two ViewSonic interactive touchscreens linked together as a single touch canvas. We have a Kramer wireless presentation system. We've got Ava audio and visual, you know, cameras, microphones linked together. And we've also got, you can see there on the screen, the sensing, feeling, privacy-friendly computer vision system running there. So the idea is basically to try and minimize that, run it on one box in that setup to do everything. You can lecture there, teach remotely, and you can see the setup in the corner. It's also got an IA Connects environment system in there as well. So at the moment, we're in the stage of running that, collecting data for the next 6 months, and then starting to look for learning outcomes and cool things that happen. Another one as well, we're working quite a bit with these guys up in Edinburgh, Agenta, who have some quite interesting technology that they purchased from JISC way back when, using dedicated networking for video conferencing. The nice thing about their solution actually is it's a really cool, almost life size. If you want to talk to like 16 remote students, rather than seeing their heads, tiny little thing on the screen, actually having a big wall like this where you can see them almost life size. People are saying this is really engaging and immersive. Actually, it really helps with the lecturing experience. So this is, again, we've got that. We're going to put another sensing feeling box in there and some environmental boxes in there as well, just to kind of start looking at the data again. So next steps for us. I said we don't really know what we know. Smart campus isn't really a thing at the moment. I think it's a set of concepts and ideas. We're trying to push that forward a little bit. We're trying to say it doesn't have to be expensive. It can be off the shelf almost. It can be easy to support, install, and run. So we're working with City of Glasgow College. We've got one other FE and 2 other HE institutions, we're starting to work on installations now with our partners who are providing the kit for free as part of a big experiment to see if it works. And we're also working on a K through 12 installation at our European HQ in glorious Swindon, where we're looking at a bunch of the technology we've shown also, but looking at some AI lectures and teaching as well to try and train younger children in the benefits of artificial intelligence. So I think that is me. I don't know if we've got time for questions now, or we can run it afterwards. I think I've probably gone over time.
Mark, thanks for such an interesting and insightful presentation. There was so much you covered there. I'm completely blown away.
No problem, mate. So interesting stuff. If anybody wants to talk about any of this afterwards, you know, I guess you share the emails. I'm more than happy to have a conversation offline about some of this stuff. But as I say, it is a journey. I've just shown a snapshot of some of the stuff we're looking at. You know, we're very keen on the computer vision stuff, for good or bad. I don't know yet, but you know, it's very popular in China, and then they have a total different model over there. It's very top down. Thou shall do this, but actually they are seeing some really interesting economic and educational benefits coming out of some of this technology being used in the right way. So it's about how it's positioned, how it's used. It doesn't have to be a bad thing.
Totally. We've got a set of results coming from the polls. Is it all right if we just share those with you after, perhaps to aid with your research?
Yeah, please, absolutely. Yeah, no problem at all. It's been interesting to see what's come in. Yeah.
Fantastic. So just a couple of questions from our delegates, if you don't mind. One quick question to begin with. The demonstration you did with the overlays, can you just remind us of the name of the product?
It's Sony. It's Sony REA, REA, I think. If you search for Sony REA, it's been around since, I think, 2019. They haven't had a lot of success with it, but they're trying to relaunch it now. It's quite a cool bit of technology, actually. But yeah, just look for Sony REA and you'll see a bunch of stuff coming up about the chroma keyless overlays and the handwriting.
Yeah, now
and
you
if you want a
it,
connection into the Sony guys... Sorry, mate.
No, go for it. Go for it, Mark. Sorry.
I was going to say, if you want a connection, let me know. We know the Sony guys pretty well, so if you want a connection, let me know. We can join the dots.
Fab. I was just going to say that after you mentioned the name, I think I remember seeing some of that at ISE on the Sony stand.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Fantastic. With regards to contact tracing for COVID, do you see that being used more in educational settings?
I haven't seen a lot of that. The most COVID-y type stuff has been around trying to enforce kind of distancing, social distancing in lecture spaces. You know, Jabra have got an interesting thing on their cameras that flags up if people aren't socially distanced. As I said, the sensing feeling stuff, you can set the, you know, I want a 1 meter or 2 meter distance between everybody in the field of view of this camera, you know, in a 3D space. And it will flag out where people have violated that, maybe when they're sat down. Not so much when they're walking past, but when they're sat in the space together. But nothing around contact tracing, really, no.
Okay, thanks. Quick question regarding chipset support. Can you utilise both AMT and EMEA on non-vPro chipsets or CPUs? Just to completely
yes,
put you on the spot.
You can. You didn't used to be able to, but you can. We've widened it up a little bit now, yes. And Intel Unite used to be locked to vPro as well, but it is no longer locked to vPro. I think you just need a Core i3 or above.
Fantastic, thank you. Just another quick one. The chroma key overlay, we saw it there with a fairly white background. How does it cope with a more busy environment?
I think as long as the background's still static, it doesn't matter. So the demo I've seen, actually, it looked quite, there was like a window in the background and a few other bits and bobs, but so there was different light conditions, but it was static. There wasn't like stuff moving in the background all the time. And you get a bit of movement, it gets upset. As long as the background's static, it doesn't really matter what it is.
Right, gotcha. So just in terms of a follow-up, Mark, does the actual cookbook itself exist as a PDF or downloadable at all?
Yeah, I'm literally, it's just stuff I'm working on with a few partners in it. So there's nothing formal, but if people want to have a copy of it, I'm more than happy to share it out. We are looking to expand it out and make it much bigger as we put more partners into it. But yeah, if you want a copy, I'm happy to send it out.
yeah, it certainly sounds like there'd be some interest with that, amongst our members. So that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't touch on the chipset supply issue. It's a bit slappy wrist time with Intel. I should be an official spokesman to be able to talk about this stuff. And Intel doesn't like people talking about things like that. But I can say that, it's an industry-wide problem. It's supposed to get better in 2022. It's all down to mainly demand massively outstripping supply, and supply being hampered due to various political situations around the world. So it's being resolved. Intel ourselves, we're spending a lot of money. There's 2 new fabs going into Arizona. There's going to be one put into Europe as well soon. Another one in Europe. There's already one in Ireland. There's going to be one in Europe soon. Just to try and mix up the supply chain a bit. At the moment, a lot of the supply chain relies on bits coming in from the Far East. It's just trying to balance it better around the world, so there's actually less of these issues going on in the future. But it does take time. It takes 3 to 5 years to get a fab up and running properly. So it's going to take a bit of time, but everyone's working on it very hard. And we know people have been impacted massively, and it has been a bad thing for a number of our customers. People who rely very heavily on supply from us have been quite severely impacted. So it's understood to be a big problem, and we are trying to do our best to sort it out.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, I appreciate those insights. I think it's a very topical point at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, just leaves me to thank you for your time and for being part of LTSMG at Home today. Thank you for your fantastic insights, and we look forward to hooking up with you again.
Thank you, guys, and a pleasure being here today. And maybe we can see each other in face-to-face in April, hopefully.
Sounds great. We'll look forward to that.
Thanks, guys.
So it leaves me now to hand over to our next presentation. I'm delighted to introduce Kylie Kendrick from the University of Durham. And Kylie's going to be talking to us about esports in education.
Thank you for that warm introduction, Dave. I'm happy to be here at Harman and with LTSMG for my presentation on esports in education and what it means for learning and teaching managers. So my name is Kylie Kendrick, as you may already know. I'm currently the technical specialist and esports lead at Durham University. I'm also the chair of the esports advisory board there, which is made up of academics and esports professionals. I'm also a Discord moderator for Women in Esports, which is a subgroup of the British Esports Association. I'm also a tournament administrator there as well. And I'm also an Aurora programme and graduate, which I'll explain more about a little later on. So my experience in esports has been going on for some years. I've been gaming since I was about 3 years old. My father first brought home a ZX80, which is a Spectrum, as some of you may or may not know. I used to play semi-professional Counter-Strike in my university days. I was part of a female team that did okay, we did quite well, but without the support that most teams have today, we kind of filtered out, but it was fun while it lasted. I've played on and off throughout my adulthood. I've now got 2 young kids, so that's a pretty much full-time job in itself, as well as my actual full-time job. So I get to play probably every other night, but I really enjoy Valorant, which is a really popular game right now, and I'll show you a bit of that later on. I usually play under Leandra, which is my online name, but I do have a second one under Major, which is slightly more gender neutral. Again, I'll tell you why later on. I've taken part in several talks and panels regarding women in esports and esports, and I'm so pleased to be here today to sort of talk to you about esports as well. My passion for esports led to the creation of my secondary role, which is esports lead. Normally I'm just a technical specialist for lecture capture, but my passion led me to ask for this additional role to be created in time with my own job, basically because I love it so much, but I don't want to leave Durham because I love Durham. So they kindly granted me the ability to have 2 roles and split my time evenly between them. I say evenly, esports is getting a little bit more these days. I also support the Durham University Esports and Gaming Group. I'm the main liaison with them and CIS, which is our IT department, to provide them hardware, gaming hardware, support and logistics for events and meetings and whatnot, and hopefully get them a space created very, very soon. So just a little bit to satisfy my self-indulgence. This is a picture of me playing back in the day in university. You can tell by the pixels it's very, very old, but I was top of the board then. This is a picture of me and my gaming team. Back then we were called Exceptional before we were recruited into Four Kings, which was, again, a popular esports org back in the day. But now I play Valorant. I really enjoy it. And I have a little video of myself playing. So this is me going clutch in a match, a competitive match. Basically, my team is getting wiped out and it's going to be me on my own. You'll soon see the last player go in the blue. So then I have to sort of stop them from defusing the bomb. I'm biding my time, trying to make sure that no one's going to pop off. Then I run around the corner, kill one, kill two, luckily kill three with a headshot. And that's me won the game for the people. Oh. I'm pretty sure Chris Payson at home is having a big old chuckle about that, putting a video in a presentation. So what is esports? It's basically down to electronic sports. It's a term described to use competitive video gaming. Usually played player versus player. You don't usually see player versus computer. And it's based on tactical and physical skill. Players can be male or female, but you generally don't see mixed teams. They're not quite up to that skill level yet, so it's split into male and female teams. It's classed as a spectator sport, which you can imagine. Viewers on Twitch are in their thousands and hundreds of thousands for massive events day on day. Tournaments are played online and offline, so throughout the pandemic, there's been online tournaments all over the world. When the pandemic finishes or leaves, we go back to playing on LANs, which is much more preferred by the esports community. Usually esports are played on a PC, but you do get some that are played on consoles, things like Rocket League, COD. People tend to like to choose controllers over keyboard and mouse. Personal preference, really. In the UK, esports isn't classed as an official sport just yet. I know the World Esports Organisation are trying to push this forward to get people on board to class it as an official sport. Therefore, they can get funding, they can get support, whereas now they can't. It's all sort of based on their own money venturing ideas. So examples of esports games are Valorant, which is your first-person tactical shooter. It's 5v5. The objective is to plant the bomb or stop the other team from planting the bomb. Very fun game. League of Legends is one you might know as well. We recently had the Worlds tournament, which was a massive, massive final in Stockholm, I think it was. Reykjavik, sorry. It was fantastic. It was a brilliant event, and it's a great game. Counter-Strike Global Operations is another one, and that's your, again, team-based first-person shooter. Overwatch, another first-person shooter, there's a pattern, but they are very, very team-based. There's all tactics are involved. You need to work together. And then Rocket League, which is slightly different. It's football with cars. Make of that what you will. So just a bit of fun and to sort of get you into the esports mentality. Here's some quick terminology on what esports is. So it is always esports, lowercase, unless it's at the start of a sentence. If I say a capital S or a hyphen, that's it, you're out. It's absolutely non-negotiable, and in the esports industry, that is how it's spelled. If you are cracked, that means you are very good. If you go clutch, that means you are one person against many others, and you win the round because you're that one person. If you need to touch some grass, that means you are good, but you kind of need to go outside for a little bit. And if you are tilting, that means that you are playing badly, usually after playing very good, which is a horrible phase to go through. And if you are trash, you're not playing very well at all. Toxic refers to people that have a bad attitude in game. They usually shout people down for playing badly, so usually while you're tilting, which doesn't help things. Not very nice at all. And then the usual GG, good game, or WP, well played, are often used. But you do get along with easy, which means that it was an easy game and you probably shouldn't be playing. So, why the fuss lately? It's definitely evolved from being a pastime that you could enjoy on your own in your bedroom, pit, years ago. It's more revolved around team-based activities. You get nutritional support, you get well-being support now these days. It's much bigger than it used to be. Leagues are held throughout the year. There's a few that are run by student terms, the NSE and the Newell, that are quite big. They go out through the university years. There's also the more professional leagues as well that tend to take place throughout the year. The finals culminate in usually one place, large prize pools, lots of money, big AV spectacles. It's a fantastic sight to behold. Cash prizes are usually rewarded at the end of these things. So I think Worlds had $1 million prize for the winners, and then it was something like $2 million prize pool for the remaining teams as well. So there's a lot of money in esports. Professional players tend to come from countries all around the world. They're not limited to any one country, although you do see a lot of Asian people trying to play League of Legends more than the Western. But then you'll see more Western people play Valorant than over in the East. But some high decorated orgs are T1, 100 Thieves, Cloud9, London United, who I'll come on to a little bit later, FaZe Clan, G2, Fnatic, and 10-Star. And an org generally means organisation. We used to call them clans back in my day, but now they're called organisations. So I mentioned briefly about London United. Durham University have recently partnered with London United, who are a purpose-driven esports association. Their focus is on well-being, inclusivity, and diversity. And we're hoping to work together on a range of initiatives going from well-being talks, talks on how to specialise in a certain role within esports, online tournaments, scholarships. The list is endless, and we're hoping to do a lot of work with these guys in the future. We've actually got a couple of seminars coming up on well-being, hoping to host one in the coming weeks. And they're basically providing esports-specific educational opportunities to students, which is a great way of developing the esports sector. I don't think a lot of people realise that it's not just about playing the games. There's so many roles behind the scenes as well that can be fulfilled, and it's just like any other career path these days. So are there any other groups beside player-based orgs? Absolutely. There are several UK-based organisations that are aimed at supporting esports players in the industry. British Esports is a great organisation. They're mainly aimed at grassroots, but they do sort of branch out into other areas of esports as well. And then Women in Esports is a subdirectory of the British Esports Association, which is who I'm directly aligned with. They try to provide a safe space for women or those identified as women to play esports, get involved, and not feel like they have to suffer the toxicity of other players whilst getting to do something they enjoy. So, as I mentioned, why do female gamers need their own organisation? I've experienced firsthand throughout my time playing esports that the general toxicity is dreadful. You tend to find that if there's a female player in the game, they probably won't talk for fear of being belittled or had some abuse thrown at them, regardless of whether they do well or not. It's not very fair. So the women in esports tend to try and give them a safe space to play in together, so you don't have to worry about anyone giving any abuse. And it's generally a good space for people to grow together in the esports. The abuse has been going on as far as I can remember. Even when I played Counter-Strike back in the day, I used to get abuse. It's not very nice. And a lot of the time, you just let it roll off your back, but sometimes you have to clap back and tell them to pipe down a little bit. It's usually men who are the most toxic, sorry, but it's a fact. And but you do find that there are some women on teams who are mixed with men that they may feel more obliged to deal abuse out to women on their own. I don't know why this is. I think it's just part of the gaming industry, and it's very sad, and it does need to change. To avoid toxicity, a lot of players, including myself, play under a gender-neutral name. So Leandra may come across as quite feminine, and I have seen abuse literally just from having the name Leandra in a server. So I changed it to Major, which kind of doesn't allude to anything. Jokes on them though, because Major relates to Motoko Kusanagi from Ghost in the Shell. That's a lady. So But an interesting fact, Britain has one of the most highest proportion of female followers of streamers and esports in the world. Although it's only 36%, it's still higher than the majority of other countries in the world. I think China came in at around about 34%, so we're doing well, we just need to do a little bit more. The audience is definitely there. We just need, like I said, more support for women and marginalised genders who need allies and support. It's designed to say, as I said earlier, to give them a safe space to play and to grow. And like I say, I'm a member of the Women in Esports Association, so if anyone would like to talk to me about that, either separately, via email or whatever, I'm happy to discuss. So, Twitch is widely used as the best platform for esports streaming and gaming. Here's some quick boring stats for you. 41% of viewers are aged between 16 and 24, no surprise there. 25 to 34, 32%. And then little old 17% for people like me, 35 to 44. God, I feel old. 65% of the player base is male for Twitch. Corresponds to the stat we saw earlier. But 3.8 million unique broadcasters in February 2009. That's a lot of people using the platform. All major esports and tournaments are broadcast on Twitch. You do see some on YouTube, but the growth isn't as good as on Twitch. This used to be something called Justin TV, but now it's evolved into something much more spectacular and renowned around the world. So how quickly is esports growing? Quite rapidly, as you'll see by the graphic. By 2023, projected audience of 646 million. Like, that's silly numbers, ridiculous numbers. And that's made up of esports enthusiasts and just casual streamers as well, so it's kind of slowly creeping up year on year. And again, just another graphic to show about the tournaments. You can see the amount of viewers per event is slowly creeping up. For the first time, a CSGO event has been in the top 10 of the most viewed events on Twitch. That was the PGL Majors that was just taken place recently. So here's an image of the League of Legends final in 2019, which took place in Paris. You can see it's an absolute spectacle. Thousands of people there. The AV is off the scale. There was live performances, music. It's definitely not something that's just aligned to sitting in your room on your bum all day playing games. Again, the International 2019 in Dota, $34 million prize pool. Ridiculous. It's definitely something we can't ignore. We've got to get on this, and encouraging students and even staff to play at grassroots level will only develop this further. And I have a feeling this video won't play either, which was just a live... Oh no, it will. There we go. This is a video of the platform, the arena in the PGL. Flew around by a drone, as you can see. It's vast. The lighting is amazing. The production values are just off the chain. Not something we could ignore from here on out. I hope we can see some of these take place in the UK soon. They all seem to be abroad right now. I don't know if it's because of COVID or whatever, but would love to see some take place in the UK very, very soon. So is it just playing games though? It's not really. They've changed so much over the years. You know, gone is the single player, lonely playtimes that used to occur. You sat in your bedroom on your own. Your mum and dad tell you to go outside, but you don't want to. That was me. Now you're a part of a team. You have to account for other people. You have to account for your own ability. But no matter what you do, and you're always socialising and growing in some way. Single-player games still do exist, but even then, you're likely to be sat on comms, so you could be on Discord or Xbox chat, chatting with your friends while you play. It's nice to feel part of a group, even though you're not physically part of a group. I can certainly credit games as being part of my lifesaver through the pandemic. It was a very tough time being stuck at home, 2 kids working from home, not great. So on the night I would wind down with gaming and esports, and it's certainly something that helped me through that time. Even if first-person shooters are stressful, I still find it a nice way to unwind. I would definitely support my kids getting into esports. As you can see, some of the benefits here that I'm listing right now. The positive psychology, there's the social well-being that you have, the feeling part of a group, part of a team. There's so many benefits, and I would definitely love to see them get into esports, and I'm not going to be an overbearing parent at all if none of them want to do it. So at an industry level as well, esports is creating so many roles, as I mentioned previously. It's not just about being a player. You can also be part of the sport team, the management team, nutritional team, physical well-being. There's so many aspects to look at in terms of esports. Insofar as the Duke of Edinburgh have now taken it onto themselves to add it as part of their scheme. So an esports is part of their module that you can take now to get your Duke of Edinburgh award, which is great to see that the Crown is recognising this as an achievement. So as I mentioned, career pathways, there are so many. It's literally just looking like any other career progression way now. You start off at one point, you can develop it into similar nodes. Management is probably an esports thing I would look to go into if I wasn't so happy at Durham, but they're not different from any other career pathway now. It's definitely not all about being just a player. I'm trying to lead the way at Durham to get a space made, but it's taken some time. We do have the funding and the support. We just don't have a space, which is probably one of the most frustrating things to have. You know, have the support of the university. It might not be an easy thing to get, but we do have it. We just need a space. So esports isn't really a flash in the pan. It's going to be here for a while. It's going to grow, and I think we all need to get on board with recognising what a tour de force it can be. More and more universities are creating esports degrees, or at least modules, and I think that needs to be taken on board. As I said, universities are creating spaces to play. We are not so lucky yet, but fingers crossed we will be soon. Very frustrating. So here's a few examples of university with esports spaces. Staffordshire University has an esports degree. And as you can see, it's got a really, really nice space, very functional. It's also used as a dual purpose teaching area. So students can take part in the lesson, they can play games, that's part of the esports degree, they can turn around, have a discussion and go back to playing. Fantastic space. You'll notice the RGB aesthetics are there, which is what every esports gamer needs. There's loads of colours, there's loads of lights, there's loads of things to keep you engaged, large screens TVs to stream and show players on. Very good. This was integrated by Pure AV as far as I know. Another one is Roehampton, another lovely space. This was actually created by an in-house staff member. So they didn't use any integration, it was all built by themselves. Again, the RGB is clear to see. There's loads of colour. The two spaces can be joined together, which is great to make one whole space, or separated off if you've got two different games running. There is no teaching in this space though, it's purely just for esports. They do have a scholarship though. And then most recently is Warwick University. It looks like they've repurposed their space from an old gym, which is great. Lovely large area for PC gaming, small space for tactical talking, TV situated around the room. And this was made by their estates team also. There was no integrators that came in to do this. No RGB lighting though. I think I'd want that. So what does this mean to LTSMG? Well, as learning and teaching space managers, I'm almost certain you will come across requests like this in the future if you haven't already. There are two leagues that take place, as I mentioned earlier, throughout the year. That's the NSE and the NUAL, the National Student Esports and the National University Esports League. The last one was created by Loughborough students and supported by Amazon, so it's kind of a big deal. The NSE have said that their busiest time is on A-level results day. So a lot of students, once they've got their offers, they will go onto the website and see who's performing the best, and hopefully it's their university. If not, I can't see them changing it, but they might do. It's definitely worth considering that. Certainly for UK students and overseas students, this could be a big pull if you've got a really good esports team and a really good esports setup to add to the wider student experience, which is what I think a lot of students are looking at these days. As I said, it could have an effect. We're trying to invest in esports as a part of the wider student experience. We certainly won't be having a degree or a module or anything like that anytime soon, I'm afraid. But hopefully we can give the students something close to that effect and support them in their social well-being through that method. So again, you might be approached by colleagues to discuss and tender an esports space. This will also including our colleagues with integration and supply. Do you have a space already? Do they know the requirements? Will it be dual purpose or single purpose? How much space do you have to play with? There are several things to consider. Space, how much you have to work with. Will this be a dual teaching space or 100% dedicated to esports? This is something that I think needs to be taken into consideration if you are low on space on campus. We tried to look at this, but unfortunately there's just not enough area for us to even think about that. Gaming hardware is expensive. It's a lot more expensive than your standard PC equipment, unfortunately. So whilst you're taking into the AV aspects of it, you do need to consider the PC and peripheral side of things as well. The aesthetics are also very important, as you saw in the previous images. It needs to look the part, because that's the first thing the students are going to see when they go on the website, how it looks. Having team logos, having jerseys on the wall, anything like that to make it look more attractive, it would be ideal. So will you need a streaming space as well? Because streaming is very important, especially when people are relaying the games to the outside world. So if there's an important match taking place and you want to stream that to your viewers outside the university, then you do need a separate area to do this. There is also really good scope for maintenance contracts. Hardware tends to move quickly in the world of esports. Upgrades generally tend to happen every 3 years as opposed to every 5 or 6 years. So having someone on board that can help you with that would also be very beneficial. So it also creates a safe space for students to take part in. And it also levels the playing field, because not all students can afford high-tech equipment like gaming laptops or gaming PCs. This allows all the students to sort of take part in the same place, socialise, and also not feel like they're being left out purely because they can't afford it. They can also be evolved, so it goes from being just an esports arena to somewhere that you can monetize and allows the students to sort of become self-sufficient. They can charge per the hour, charge other students by the hour, maybe at a discounted rate. Also encourage students to be a part of the society if they join and get a discounted rate. You could even open up to the public. There is a similar model like this in game stores at the moment called Belong that you can visit. You can pay an hour and go and play some games. There's loads of scope for this, especially to support students and the university through an extra bit of funding. So, to summarise, I flew through that really. Esports is really big business and shouldn't be ignored. It's gradually becoming more and more popular in education, especially in higher education. Multiple sociological and cognitive benefits, so like I keep saying, it's not about sitting on your own, it's about communicating with other people and getting those soft skills up and ready. So many career paths to go into, there's so many. And it certainly will be a part of your university experience already if you haven't come across it. You'll probably be approached by staff to create or equip a space. The AV equipment, while you'll be familiar with, you won't be familiar with the esports equipment, which is a whole other ball game entirely. Definitely happy to have a chat outside of this if you'd like to contact me about any information. I've got all my details on the last slide that you can feel free to have a look at. And thank you very much. I'm sorry if I've babbled a little bit, but I tend to overthink things. But like I say, happy to have a chat outside of this if you would like to. Thank you.
Great presentation from Kylie. We're just going to wait for her now. She's due to come out in a second. Here she is. Excellent, thank you very much.
You're
It's really
welcome.
good.
Thank
If
you
we
for
want
having
to
me.
walk down here, we'll
Yeah,
have
sure.
a look at the questions.
Yeah, absolutely.
Honestly, the chat has gone mad.
Oh, wow.
There's been like retro games flooding it, Chucky Egg, Manic Miner.
Oh,
We'll talk about that actually, it was good. So yeah, it's clearly a really interesting subject, so people have got
good.
really into it.
Oh, great.
So there is a few questions here,
Yeah,
so
sure.
I'll start off. So, do esports extend to electronic versions of actual sports?
Not that I know of, no, and certainly not competitively. It's mainly just the things that you can't physically do. You can't shoot people. You shouldn't shoot people.
That is very true.
You know, it's things that are all competitive but based online.
Okay, cool. I think you may have mentioned this, the question came in quite early. In terms of the UK and more Western areas, how much has the popularity increased over the Eastern areas where obviously it's like a massive?
Yeah, it's crazy overseas, but it's certainly growing here too. I think one of my slides showed that the graph is growing sort of year on year, almost doubling each time, so we can see it growing absolutely further than that.
Okay, and a topical follow-up to that question. How much has the chip problems and the shortages impacted esports events and the training for the teams?
A lot, I would think. You tend not to see it at events. I think they tend to get hold of the equipment quite easily because, you know, but you know, people who would, like you and me, really struggle to get hold of things like graphics cards and chips and that sort of thing. So yeah.
I can imagine that's as it's growing now in this country. That's actually started to throttle it back probably, which is a real shame. Yeah.
Yes.
Another question here about network security issues with esports. You know.
Thankfully, we've not had to come across that yet because we haven't got a space. But yes, I can imagine you would need to lock your network down quite tightly. I'm actually presenting at a GIST conference next year to go about into the network capabilities of esports as well. So that should be interesting.
Cool. Well, that's all the questions that have come through. But interestingly, just picking up on a point in your presentation, I've got 2 young kids. And you said it's a really good thing for kids to engage with gaming. So I guess that's probably going to be an argument that can go both ways. So I mean, I'd be interested to hear sort of like, you know, reinforcing the fact why it's such a good thing for kids to engage with safely, obviously.
Yes, obviously. Well, the key is moderation, as with everything. You don't want to be spending hours playing things like that. You still want to go outside, you still want to socialise in person, but the benefits that gaming gives, it sort of enhances your cognitive abilities. You know, you learn how to speak to people online, and although there is this sense of anonymity, you do find yourself opening up to people more and more as you play with them, and you get a sense of camaraderie, a sense of teamwork. It's completing objectives as well, I think, which kids do need. They need a purpose to do things with. And like I say, I've been playing games since I was 3 and it hasn't harmed me. And I can't see it being detrimental unless it's sort of, that's the only focus of their life. Everything in moderation, they need to go outside, socialise, eat well, sleep well. I can only see it being a benefit.
Good. I'll let my kid play some Switch me a bit more.
Please do.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a really, really interesting subject and a great presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
So, as we have probably all experienced in the AV industry and pretty much anything else that's been going on at the moment, supply issues. So, as we're all looking at the planning for 2022, we thought it would be a good idea to find out how we could work with our vendors and integrators best to navigate this rocky road ahead. So now I'm going to hand over to Dave, who's in conversation with Christian Cutting from GVAV.
Hello and good afternoon. I'm delighted to be joined by Christian Cutting, Joint Managing Director of AV Integrator GVAV. Christian, welcome to LTSMG at Home.
Thank you, good afternoon.
Great to have you with us today. Thanks so much for taking time out of your busy schedule.
Thank you.
So we're going to have a little chat this afternoon about the current supply chain issues that are affecting the IT and AV industries. Could you just begin by outlining kind of the background of the problems that we're experiencing at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, it's unprecedented times. You know, we've seen Brexit and the complications around transit of goods into the UK. We've been hit by a global pandemic, which has decimated the supply chain. We've had factory shutdowns, we've had fires which have affected production, blockages in the main shipping artery coming into Europe. Basically, what could go wrong has gone wrong, and it can only be described as a perfect storm.
Yeah, it's crazy times, it really is. And those shortages are particularly affecting the production and supply of semiconductors, aren't they? How is that manifesting itself within the IT and AV industry?
Well, during Q2 this year, we started to get increased pressure with certain lines. I think most manufacturers, certainly had some problems, but at that particular time, we experienced problems with control and UC product, and distribution products, and shortly after audio processing and displays even. So what we started to experience was lead times that were just long and approximate, and it really made us difficult to sort of plan.
It's such a huge challenge, isn't it, for everyone involved in the supply chain and project delivery. So how have you coped as an integrator with supporting your customers with the delivery of projects during summer 2021?
Well, initially the information that was coming through to us wasn't the best, but to be fair, our manufacturer and distribution partners, they were not getting clear and concise information themselves. But obviously from our customers' perspective, we wanted to give them some clarity around when their projects were going to be delivered and how long they would have to wait for product. But, by and large, most customers that ordered, early enough were unaffected, but certainly there were some, affected products. Ultimately, it made extra work for everybody because we had to redesign in some instances, seek new approvals, and generally the administration increased on all projects.
So at the conference today, we've got 100 delegates representing over 70 higher education institutions. What can we do as technology managers to work with you to ensure on-time and on-budget project delivery when we're faced with such significant supply chain challenges?
My best advice would be threefold. Certainly early engagement with your end users to try and gain as much information product-wise as you can. Engagement with integrators is also important. Help us to help you. Order early. Get yourself into the queue as early as you possibly can. Lead times at the moment are long on some key lines. Thirdly, I would say, if the stock's available, take it. If it's in your hands or in your integrator's hands, you're the master of your own destiny, and you can then set dates internally and expectations with confidence.
So you mentioned dates. Within the university calendar, we've got fairly fixed dates with regards to procurement cycles and budget bids. We're often asked by manufacturers and our integrators to forecast many, many months ahead. What advice can you give us in the situations where we're being asked to deliver projects on short notice?
Well, our industry has relied heavily on just-in-time supply chain, and it works well, and it's also served us all very, very well. However, at the moment, we're seeing lead times which are often months in advance. We're at the moment, some items we're being given Easter as a delivery date, and you can be sure that in a couple of months' time that'll be summer deadlines. So, that's obviously difficult. In terms of forecasting, it's important to do that. However, placing orders is the thing that gets you into the queue. So, I would strongly recommend that. I do fear for short-term projects, particularly if you're rigid in product choice.
So we're going to have to be open-minded, we're going to have to be flexible about product selection, procurement methods, whilst at the same time we need to be delivering projects that are going to be meeting our customer need. We've got budget constraints, we've got functional requirements. How about ongoing operation, faulty equipment repairs? Any thoughts on all of that?
Well, obviously brand loyalty at the moment is very difficult.
Yeah.
I think, trying to maintain that, can only be done if you plan well and commit early. Purchasing outside of your AV standards can be done with available products, but, that can bring longer term issues. I think the procurement piece is one thing that, needs to be considered because, it could, a long drawn out tender could end up delaying the receipt of goods and ultimately your place in the queue, and ultimately could affect your projects.
Are we getting to a stage, do you think, where maybe us as HEIs, we need to be holding stock of perhaps backup equipment of our most crucial and mission critical systems?
Definitely, and we're starting to see institutions do that already. There's one thing purchasing stuff, in advance because you've got projects coming up. That's obviously something that people are doing, especially if they've got AV standards. They know what they're going to want. But there's another thing: supporting rooms.
Yeah.
If something goes down, you're in a repair situation, and if it's got to be sent away, that could be, 2 or 3 week situation, depending on what the turnaround time is. And ultimately, your room could be down for that sort of length of time. So stock on the shelf is really important.
And some of that is also just movement of goods, isn't it? It's not just, you mentioned about repairs. It seems to be taking longer to move equipment around country to country, perhaps at the moment, I'm hearing.
Well, definitely transit. We've got a shortage of drivers in the UK, so generally distribution is slower. And as I said earlier, the complications around getting goods into the UK it's never been more tricky.
We've become more reliant than ever on technology during the last 18 months for delivery of learning and teaching. Hybrid learning delivery has become a buzzword. So hybrid, we're talking about having an in-class group of students who are simultaneously joined by remote online students and all part of the same learning experience. I think we've all got various different buzzwords, what we want to call that, but let's call it hybrid for today. It's gone through higher education like wildfire in the last 18 months. We've seen a lot of success with it. We've seen a lot of challenges. From the perspective of an AV integrator, what challenges are you seeing with perhaps both delivery of hybrid projects and also hybrid learning?
Well, I mean, certainly hybrid learning and installations have, as you say, there's been plentiful up and down the country, and we've installed many different versions of it. Our customers have different ideas of what they consider to be hybrid. I guess the challenge for us, one of the challenges for us, is to make sure that we provide environments which are inclusive. When we look at it at the moment, there seems to be a different experience for the remote students as there is in class, and we sort of hoping that technology comes through which makes that a little bit more inclusive, and that the experience is one and the same.
That's it, isn't it? It's about giving your remote students just as good a learning experience as those who are in the room, making sure they're fully engaged and also able to actively participate in that same learning experience.
That's exactly it.
So with regards to technology trends, as an integrator, what are you seeing coming over the hill?
Well, I'm certainly looking forward to ISE next year. I think we've all been starved of a tech show or two. And it's always good to sort of see the latest tech. So I'm going to be trying to get up to date during that show. However, something I have seen is space management, which I really like. The ability to book at desk level as a user, being able to book a desk next to someone you need to collaborate with is good. Having that global view, like you would a room booking system. And also, the status that they can be in. They could be open, they could be closed, or they could be in need of sanitisation. I think, in the world we live in now, that's quite nice to have, where you're coming into a nice, clean, workable space.
It's starting to bring a lot of smart and AI, isn't it, now into that customisation and fine-tuning of the product for the end user.
Yeah, we're definitely looking forward to doing projects of that nature. So hopefully that'll be something that comes through soon. I'm also looking at doing more LED. We've done some lovely projects this summer, and we'd like to see more of that penetrate into large auditorium spaces, because the finish is fantastic.
Christian, it's been fantastic chatting with you this afternoon. Thank you again so much for your time. Really appreciate you coming along.
Thank you very much.
And it's been wonderful to have you part of LTSMG at home. So
thank you.
Many thanks.
Thanks for having me.
So it just leaves for me to say that we're approaching coffee break time now. You've got a 15-minute break to grab yourself a cup of tea or coffee, pour it into your new LTSMG at home mug. It's also your last chance to have a go at the Hidden Retro Sweets competition. So make sure you have another quick look through the sponsor videos that are shared on the YouTube channel. Put your entry in on the online form and you've got a chance of winning a fantastic prize. When we come back from coffee in 15 minutes, we'll be very, very pleased to have Caroline Carter from Imperial College talking to us about hybrid learning.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you're all feeling refreshed. We're now going to hand over to Caroline at Imperial College, who's going to give a talk about how they implemented hybrid teaching.
So with regards to students that are currently remote, have you got any sense as to what sort of percentage are remote at the moment?
About 40% are remote.
Right, that's quite a high proportion.
Yeah,
and is that
that's right.
due to travel restrictions?
It's due to travel restrictions. It's also due to they maybe don't want to come here because we're quite high in COVID compared to, because I was up from Japan, China, places like that. Yeah, so we're hoping we're going to get more back after Christmas, but at the moment it's only about 40% are still abroad.
Okay, let me take a question direct from the chat here. Do you agree that with the integration of hybrid, teachers and academics are more inclined to listen to the AV specialist? I like this. How is Imperial taking advantage of this to influence AV design? Come on, this is a good one.
Yes. No, we have. It's been absolutely brilliant. People come to us and ask us instead of going, this is what I want. It's kind of, okay, Caroline, this is actually what I would like to have. How do I do it? What can I do? And it's been really good. We've been able to influence so much more, such as we put an AV over IP. We did that in the summer, and that's been really, really good in one of our areas. We've brought in, hybrid Zoom rooms, team rooms. We brought in QSIS. We brought in so much stuff that we've actually haven't been able to do. We wanted to have microphones in the rooms and the ceilings, so they didn't have to bother with lapel microphones. So that the teacher or the academic or whoever it was didn't have to repeat the question from the student constantly. It was actually, no, everything gets captured. Obviously, you have to be slightly careful. I was in a room the other day with a meeting with Just ICT, and somebody did say, what on earth are they talking about? And I had to type them a Teams message, say, please don't say that because you are captured. So we have to be slightly careful. But yeah, it's given us a lot of power on what we want to do and actually move forward with how we want to do it.
And you mentioned earlier about a kind of committee or working group that's been formed to help with some of that design and sort of faculty liaison.
Yeah, it's brilliant. There are 12 members, not including the co-chairs, and they're all really excitable academics who teach a couple of e-learning, but they yet again, kind of deal with the spaces, and it's really, really good. We had a brilliant comment from one of them who works in medicine who said, if a 10-year-old can't use it, then a surgeon can't use it. So that's how simple it has to be. And things like that, those comments mean so much, because you do get the likes of the business school who are a different kettle of fish, who want, have the money behind it to actually throw money at it, where the rest of college goes, well, not quite sure how we're going to do it, but it needs to be simple. And it was great for everybody else to hear. Then this group actually feeds into the product line, which then actually feeds up to the provost, the teaching provost and everything else, and them to hear comments that are coming out of it. It's brilliant, and they're learning things from it. So I think this is a really exciting venture that we're going to have in the next year about where AV is going to go. And I think if you could probably push forward a year, next summer will be different, and it will be good. We would have moved forward so much more.
It sounds fantastic. I'm really excited for you, and I hope that's something that we can do across many more of our institutions. How are your academics getting on with the idea of BYOD?
Some absolutely fine. Others still say, no, I want my VGA cable. Where is it? So yes, that's how well it's going. Not very well at all.
Okay, so how about I put this one to you? Do you think you're maybe introducing too much new technology?
No, and the reason why is because we do have the super users within the department actually, and the super users are leading the way, which is really good. So when we do get the older academics who are coming through, because we all have them, they are being helped out by the super users within the departments, which is nice. So they will hopefully get up to scratch with how things are going. I think because everything has moved so quickly since September, so October, September time, they haven't really had a chance to get in and embed themselves with the new systems, the new AV, the older lot. So it's going to be a learning curve, but hopefully this term is going to be the learning curve. And when they come back in January, they're going to be much happier with it. So that's what I think. And that's what I'm getting from others as well.
Good to hear. Let's hope that's a nice positive outcome there. If I can ask you specifically about some of your technology, how is the QSys environment interacting and fitting in alongside your Crestron and Extron? I suppose what are you using for what is maybe what I'm saying.
Yeah, so the QSys is being done for the microphones and the audio, and then the Crestron is basically the UC engine for Zoom and for Teams, and that's what we're doing, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. Yeah, so you're kind of slicing the pie according to, the kind of best fit for each part of it.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Yeah, but we have tried to model it, so we've just got the three kind of standards within the lecture theatre, and then the one standard outside the lecture theatre, because obviously, standards are the way we need to go. As Christian was saying earlier, got to have lots on the shelf, and we do.
Fantastic. Caroline, I think we're there. I think we've exhausted our pool of questions for now. I think we've probably used our time slot effectively as well. Thanks so much for being part of LTSMG at home today.
Thank you for having
me.
Really
it's been our pleasure. Thanks so much for your time.
All right. Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Cheers. Bye for now.
Thanks, Dave. You've been getting a lot of practice interviewing at the moment, which is really good. You're getting very good at it. Thanks very much. So now really is the moment you've all been waiting for. We're going to hand over to the star of the show for about another hour or so. It's Ben Vixer. He's going to be starting off with his world famous Vixer update, and then moving on to the roundtable with a lovely bunch of guests that we've got next to me. We do want to say a real big thank you to Ben. He was instrumental in our Wolf Run team. It found it really easy, and spent the afternoon dragging people out of the mud, so we do really appreciate that. So if he's all ready, over to Ben.
No pressure at all. The world famous Vixer update. Let's see what we can rustle up for you. First of all, just want to say a massive thank you to LTSMG and the whole team for having me. It's incredible. I think most of the audience listening there at home have seen a lot of what's been going on here, but the production value is incredible. It's like the one show here. It's amazing. But I think there's going to be a tour of the Harman Experience Centre slightly later on. So. Stay tuned for that because it's going to be amazing. So my name's Ben. I'm the regional manager for Vixer UK and Ireland. My contact details are up there on the screen. So if you have any questions for me about Vixer, about membership, anything like that, then just drop me a line. I'd be happy to answer them. We're very much impressed by the amount of sustained enthusiasm in this area of our AV community. The higher education sector is just been, sort of like rolling with every punch that the pandemic has to throw. So it's fantastic, as I say, again, to be here and to be amongst such a vibrant industry. So I just want to give a bit of an update in terms of what Vixer have been up to and what we've been doing sort of in the background. Of course, ISC is something that is on everyone's lips at the moment, and although it is going to be different to years gone by, we are still expecting a very busy show. Usually we would have roughly about 900 exhibitors, and this year we've got about 700 still planned for the show, and those that wouldn't be able to make it because of travel restrictions either in their countries or in the actual the companies that they operate in, they are still going to be participating in other ways. So nothing to be worried about. We've got a great show planned. It's going to be the 1st or the 4th of February next year in the new home of the Fira in Barcelona. So if you have started booking your travel already, make sure it's to the right place, not to Amsterdam. Although I'm sure we'd all love to spend a week in Amsterdam. Who wouldn't? So yeah, that's what we've got going on for ISE. Go to iseurope.org for registration information and all the COVID safe stuff that we're doing to make sure we keep our visitors safe. We also, of course, have the Infocom show in the States. Again, that one's going to be, as it is alternating, that's going to be in Vegas next year. So do come along to that. And as I say, we've taken a lot of precautions to make sure that that everyone's safe when they come, so nothing to worry about in that sense. We have a lot going on in terms of online training, of course. We used to do a lot of on-site stuff, but with the pandemic, we've had to move a lot of that to some distance-based learning. However, it has helped a lot because it's meant that we can put those things online and make sure that people are getting the best of both worlds. So the things that would normally be based on site just in the US are now put online so that the rest of the world can experience them too. One of those things was the Mastering AV Service Management course that we put on recently. Now, that one was hugely well attended, and so we're going to be running that again this coming year. It's going to be, we're still working out the finer details, but it's going to be roughly about 18 renewal units for that course, which is great news for those both looking to learn but also maintain their CTS. It's going to be about, for UK members, about £750, and that one is a distance learning course. It's 8 weeks, but it's 2 hours of studying per week, every other week. And then in the other intervening weeks, there are 2 hours of office hours per week. Now that's great because it means that you've got 2 hours a week of actual guided study, and then you've got 2 hours a week where you can drop in and ask questions and that kind of thing. Because I'm sure that kind of course, it does go into a lot of depth, which is great, but it means that you've got someone there to guide you if there's anything that you don't really understand. But it's going to go through things like HDMI extension challenges and solutions, a review of the new HD-based 3.0 standards, and lots more that's going on in that time. The great news in the UK and Ireland is that CTS numbers are still growing. Throughout lockdown, it seems that a lot of people use that time to prepare for their CTS exams. And so when the testing centres opened, people were able to go and test and take their CTS and pass. So that's fantastic. Also, it means that a lot of people are taking that time just to study. AVIXA made a lot of the training and education available free of charge to members and non-members. And so it meant that we were able to support those who weren't working and also maintain their certifications. So that's something that we've seen happening a lot too. We've stopped doing contract courses as of late. It's not something that we were able to do as much in the pandemic for obvious reasons. But what we're doing instead is trying to accommodate our members' needs by doing more contract training. And doing that, we've basically managed to sort of allow people to take the courses that they want to do, and rather than just putting on public courses which might not suit everyone. That's a really good thing for the university community, because it means that if you were to take a contract course in your university and have rooms, which a lot of universities have a lot of rooms for this kind of stuff, you can then use the cost of that course and spread it amongst other universities in your geographical area. We've seen that happening a lot in terms of CTS prep courses, for example. A couple of London universities recently collaborated on one course and got other people from surrounding campuses to come in and share the cost. It works really well because it means that you can also do it at a time of year that suits you. Obviously for AVIXA, when we're doing a public course, we're trying to accommodate everybody, not only by the subject, but also the timings, the time of year, all that kind of stuff. And that just doesn't work between, trying to spread it amongst integrators, end users, universities, manufacturers, all that kind of stuff. So it's a really good way of getting your teams trained up if you want to. One thing that we do have coming up, which I'm really excited about, is a collaborative webinar between AVIXA and IFMA, IFMA being the International Facility Management Association. That's going to be on the 25th of November. And what we're going to be doing is discussing basically facility management and the audiovisual environment. So common challenges that AV and facility management might have, but how we approach those challenges differently. And I know from looking at the Q&A from the chat for a couple of the earlier sessions here, that Marcus Saunders is watching, and he's going to be one of our panelists. So those of you who know him will know that he likes to ask the difficult questions and give great answers. So what we want to do is turn that around and get you guys to come along and ask him some difficult questions. He's fully endorsed me to say that as well, just so you know. So come along. If you go to avixa.org/IFMA, IFMA, you can see the link there for signing up. And as I say, that's 25th of November, and you can get a renewal unit for coming along too. So if you've got a CTS, then you can contribute towards your renewal, which is fantastic. Just a quick reminder before I finish about the membership. So if you are a part of a university, then chances are you're a member of Avixa. We have about 85% of the universities in the UK and Ireland, and a couple in mainland Europe too, who are members of Avixa. And you will be bronze members if you're a member of Avixa, at least. And that means that you can allocate 5 elite seats, which means 5 members of staff. You can give them elite status, which means everything in terms of the education catalogue and all that kind of stuff, completely free of charge. Those people also get education consultations one-on-one with our instructors. So if it's something like you have a CTS, but you're not sure whether to go for your CTS-D or CTS-I, you can book a consultation with one of our instructors, and they can talk you through, ask you about your career path, ask you about your expertise, what you want to do in the future, and they can then advise you where you might want to go from that. So that's something that's really interesting. And also there are other resources like audiovisual standards, a lot of performance-based standards. So if you're attempting a new project and you don't have a lot of experience, then you can look at those standards to help guide you. Or you might just be using some systems integrators. You want a bit of a rule book to help keep them in line. Who knows? It might be that. But you can use those resources. And there's also the market intelligence reports. That could be useful for some people when looking at the trends in technology. One of the big ones, for example, is projection versus LED screen and stuff like that. Where is the market going, and what should you perhaps be best investing in the future for your classrooms, obviously, specifically in this case. And then the final thing is that we have a global Level Up conference coming up. Many of you will probably have been aware of the Level Up conference that we ran in 2019 for the first time. That was in person, and the pandemic came, so we did a lot of online stuff. And now from that, we were always doing it kind of UK, Europe focused, time zone that is, so that it wasn't falling amongst the weeds of a lot of kind of like late afternoon in the UK and Europe sort of webinar times. But it's been picked up by the head office of Avixa in the US, and they want to make it global. So what they're going to do is on the 30th of November, we've got the whole program. We've got 3 sponsors coming in. They're going to talk about various different things, and we're going to run it in 3 time zones concurrently. So it's going to be SGT for East Asia, then it's going to be in GMT, and then it's going to be in the EST, so that it can cover all sorts of different areas. So again, go to avixa.org/levelup for that. And you can see all the information there, and also get registered and get some RUs, and hopefully we'll see you there. So that's about it from me. What I have now is the LTSMG panel discussion, which I'm really happy to be hosting. If you have any questions for me about that presentation, then do give me a shout on the info that I put up before, bbarnard@avixa.org. But for now, I'm going to introduce you to our panelists for today. So here we go. Shuk.
Yeah, hi. So I'm Suk Bassi, I'm Sales Manager at GVAV.
I'm Matt North, I'm the Head of AV Solutions at the University of East Anglia.
I'm Pete Curtis, Head of Education at Polar.
And I'm Matt Short, I'm the EMEA Business Development Manager for Education at Harman.
Excellent, thank you very much. Good to have you all here. Thank you again to LTSMG, of course, for allowing me to host this. Now, we're going to be talking about various things here. The main subjects that we're going to be looking at are the supply chain issues, hybrid teaching and meeting, and also emerging tech. Now, the main thing as well that I really want to put across to the people, the audience watching, is that we're here to discuss these subjects, but we also, as has been the theme throughout all of the presentations for this day, is audience participation. So we've got the Q&A loaded up here. We really want you guys to put your questions to the panel too. I've got a few that I'm going to be asking them. We're going to have a little bit of a discussion, but that's what we really want to know. We want you guys to get the expertise of our panel, so please do send those in as we go. So I'm just going to jump straight in, as I said, with the supply issues. I'm going to start with Matt, if you want to kick these off. I just want to know, is this basically the perfect storm of issues affecting the supply chain?
Yeah, I think a lot of people have been referring to the current situation as that. An analogy that I use is that if you were to write a script for a disaster movie and look at all the possible scenarios that could happen, you'd probably miss a few off that have currently happened because you wouldn't think it would be believable. So the impact of COVID, drop in demand, and then a massive increase in demand when people started to move back to work, people or consumers demanding more. And we're in this position now where demand is exceeding availability. Yeah.
And I mean, we're lucky to have basically representation from pretty much all areas of the AV industry. Pete, what are you seeing in terms of what Matt's just said? Is it similar?
What we're seeing is shipping costs are phenomenal. It's gone from roughly $2,500 a container to $16,000 a container, which is adding massively to the costs. As Matt's already said, and Christian said in an earlier piece, components are hard to come by. So it's not only, componentry, it's shipping, and then it's the delivery once it lands as well. So it's getting really tough and really tight. We don't have the ability to hold the stock because the demand is so great.
Yeah, on that, from the integrator perspective, it's really been a case of our customers have had this typical model of being able to place an order within days or a couple of weeks, being able to get said product in, have their projects and their installations and that met. But we're now really feeling the effects of that, and only forethought and planning will ensure those things get delivered on time and are met as required.
Matt, is it the same for you? I mean, obviously for you it's the the university side, looking at projects and things like that. How's it affecting you?
Definitely. I think this time of year traditionally would be kind of the dying down of our crazy summer period across HE, completion of projects over the summer, focusing on service and getting our things together, probably to start thinking about next summer's projects in the new year. But obviously, with the issues that we're facing around supply chain, we're being quoted anywhere from 3 to 6 months on equipment. So we're naturally having to think, or I'm naturally having to think anyway, much further ahead. Starting to thinking about last month for summer 2022, and I think as higher education, we're obviously still from a kind of student offering perspective, being quite reactive to the pandemic still. So we are being asked by our customers to deliver projects, hybrid meeting spaces, hybrid ways of working at such short notice in a very reactive way. But obviously we are kind of between a rock and a hard place in a sense with the supply chain issues. And I think I'm in a very lucky position where a lot of the projects that I have in the pipeline, the customers who are asking for those solutions are very understanding of the supply chain issues, mainly because of laptop shortages and the chipset shortages that are covering the IT industry as well. So they've already swallowed that pill, and it's a lot more understanding for them to know that the AV solution's in the same space. So yeah, it's a challenging time, and I think the key thing is lots of every institution's different. I'm lucky in that my customers are very accepting of that, but I know a lot of colleagues watching will have projects that are much more time sensitive and a much higher profile that the current supply issues are really affecting.
For sure. And I often, when I see, whether I'm hosting or participating or just watching these kind of panel discussions, it can often be easy to sort of just expound the negative things of what's happening. We say, is this the perfect storm? Yes, it is for this and this reason. What I think might be useful, and it may be coming in the questions, I'll have a quick check later, but something I thought may be useful is there any advice from your experience from each part of the industry that you have that you can give to people in your position to help mitigate against these things? I mean, you were saying about sort of delays and having to look forward. What would you do if another university came forward and said, look, we're stuck. What can you do? What would you advise?
So, I mean, me personally, and at UEA, we standardise quite heavily on our rooms, so we know what equipment that we're looking at. So I've placed a large order with that specific manufacturer for those items, so that I know that I'm getting them at or being in the queue, as Christian was saying earlier, getting kind of the order in so that you enter in that queue, so that I've kind of safeguarded some stock, hopefully, for summer next year. But I think, a lot of other colleagues who are watching with those more time-sensitive projects, and it is an opportunity to start looking at other solutions and probably looking at deviations from our standards in order to get stock in, probably from other manufacturers or other solutions that may be able to be met at a much shorter notice, and to have that equipment delivered earlier. I think that presents its own challenges in a way, specifically around frontline support, having staff trained up to be able to support new technologies as they're coming in, if we are trying to get hold of stuff and get it in sooner rather than probably our more standardised equipment. But yeah, I haven't really started thinking about what exactly rooms I'm going to be doing next year, but I have a rough idea. So I've got that kit on order. I'm hoping that it comes in and can start thinking about it more in the new year.
I'm just coming on the back of what Matt said there. Most people have a form of AV standards. It's equipment at some point or another you will use. You will be able to implement with it. It's not just some random pieces or one-off piece of stock. So it's well worth considering making that investment. And also, I'm sure everyone's done it, but going to the relevant budget holders, your procurement or whomever, and just highlight the seriousness of the situation. And I know some of them out there are skeptics, but hopefully after this, there's a bit more belief in what you guys are able to say to them.
Yeah, I think as a manufacturer as well, I mean the key for us, we're planning on sort of demand for our products way in advance every year anyway. The current situation of lack of availability of components means that we have to prioritise on where those components are used, and obviously the kind of scale of manufacturing that we're used to, we're not able to deliver on that at the moment. So the earlier we have notice of the type of solutions that people are going to want, the better, because we can then plan as best we can with the components that are available to make sure we are actually manufacturing the right products. Otherwise we could end up going down the road of having products which are the wrong products, and sitting on product which perhaps there isn't demand for at the moment. So it's really key, I would say, more now than ever. And we've tried to push this as a manufacturer anyway. A manufacturer of harm and scale is a challenge because of how many SKUs that we have, but plan early as best as you can. And Suk's quite right. A lot of the universities, they know the type of technology they want. Obviously, innovation is an issue when you're planning that far ahead, because technology is changing on such a rapid basis that there may well be a new product from one of the manufacturers that is ideal for a project that you're working on, but it may not be available. So again, from that perspective, as a manufacturer, when we're looking at innovation, we have to know that we've got components to build that new innovation, and is there going to be demand for it? So early planning, I think it's a pretty common message, I would say.
I would say from our point of view, it's information. If we know, like Matt said, and like Suk said, like all of us actually, if we know, we can plan, we can get stock in, we can secure stock. It's very difficult to work piecemeal, especially with popular products, because you can't keep it on the shelf. And we want to be able to, but we can't overstock as well, because then you're sitting on potentially millions and millions of pounds worth of kit on a wing and a prayer. So it's about people providing us information now, whether that's directly from the customer or from the integrator. If we know, we can prepare for it.
I'd also state that, you got to be open and honest and set an reasonable expectation with your end users and people who are going for these, because the fact of the matter is, the date you're given isn't necessarily the date the goods may come in. You know, there are many external factors that could affect that. So that's another element as well. But I think that everyone will agree we're always trying to work towards best endeavours, but we can't always, make concrete promises.
Do you feel, in that sense, then, that it's maybe going a little bit too far, but it's almost worth sort of managers investing time in their staff to give them some kind of customer service training at this point, because it's like you have to, like you say, you can't, you're working your best to get to the deadlines that you're promising, but more and more it seems with supply chain issues, you have to be the person at the front line explaining why something isn't there and why something hasn't happened.
We are, and sometimes it is really difficult, and there is a Suk's already said it, there is a slight disbelief that we're making this up. I don't know why, because it's so well documented on the news and everywhere else, but people seem to believe that you can't get a certain product. Why can you get that A but you can't get B? They're pretty similar. But it just doesn't work like that. It is about components. It is about where the AV industry sits in the global chain of supply. You know, are we at the top or are we lower down? Car manufacturers are going to be looking at components in mass levels. Are they higher up the chain? So again, it's just about information and planning for me.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard anecdotally that on a slightly different subject, but again, it's all relating to component shortages, is that a colleague took delivery of a couple of company cars a few weeks back, and they were delivered with a single key for each car. So the car industry is obviously taking up a lot of components as well. And when you think that manufacturers, high quality manufacturers, are shipping cars with one key because they don't have enough components to ship with two keys as they normally would, that kind of puts it into some perspective, really. It's quite serious. And it affects everybody, not just our industry. So yeah, Pete's right. Where do we sit in that pecking order of getting our hands on the product? Yeah.
And I think from university technology manager perspective, I think the more transparency we can get around that, the better. I think I personally would rather be told the worst case scenario and plan for that than be buttered up and told that we would get something in 3 months, and then that actually introducing risk into delivery of a project. I think our internal customers have obviously had a lot of upheaval over the last 18 months, and kind of in university level, we're trying to provide reassurance now and build that confidence in our spaces whilst we navigate the supply chain issues.
I think that the important thing to remember as well, because we hear a lot of doom and gloom at the moment, but the reality is that there's a lot of work going on in the background to try and mitigate these problems and to make sure that we come out the other end of this in a better position. And maybe we'll learn some new habits of how we plan our projects, how we plan manufacturing, to mitigate this kind of thing in the future, because it is unprecedented, but there's nothing to say it couldn't happen again. So, we have to prepare for that as well.
I think higher education is really difficult because it's peaks and troughs in terms of a sales cycle. It's a really manic summer, and then it goes quiet, and then it's a slightly busy Christmas, and then it goes quiet, and then it's slightly busy Easter and quiet, and then all of a sudden you're back into it again. So, if and I don't know, Matt could maybe answer it, if it could be smoothed out in a way that you could plan further, we could know in a year in advance even what is going to happen. And I know things change, and it's a really difficult thing to do from everybody's perspective. But if we could iron out those peaks and troughs and get a flatter line, then we could probably work easy. And from Suk's point of view, that might make the labour side of things and planning of projects better.
As with anything, if you've got foresight, planning is always a lot easier. But at the same time, I think that, we're with universities. I know that the summer is the absolute peak, but to be fair, from our perspective, we've seen a degree of consistency in projects now almost constantly throughout the year. Because this is the thing, it's not just your central AV upgrades. That you've got one-off departmental projects, or you'll have a specialist one, or it could be a new build or a refurb going on. So all these things sort of are driving a continual turnover of business within HE anyway.
I think from the university perspective, I think I'll speak on behalf of all of the colleagues watching, that we do strive to plan as much in advance as we possibly can. I think we are limited. No, not at all. But I think we are at the mercy of governance at the universities and budget cycles. I personally am quite lucky in the fact that I have a capital sum that I know I'm getting every year. But I know a lot of other colleagues have to bid for funding, actually have to, spec out those rooms and justify why they want to or need to upgrade those rooms to win the budget. So I think, naturally, I think that's a bigger problem to solve across a whole, a large institution perspective. But I completely appreciate the benefit of doing that across the board.
I'm interested to know all of your thoughts on, because with the supply chain issues come restrictions on products, and if you're in a situation where you're on a campus or in an office or whatever, where you are a such and such house, you use these products, you use that platform, etc., it can often become very restrictive if you can't get those specific products that only play nicely with the ones that you've got installed. So what I'm interested in is how is open source flexibility, how important is that in this in these times?
Yeah, I think from a manufacturer's perspective, working for a big manufacturer, our AMX is a brand for us. There's always been this sort of position that we want to build an infrastructure around our products. The reality is, out in the big wide world now, that products do need to be able to play together. They do need to work together. And in the current climate, where there are limitations on availability from all of the manufacturers, I mean, we're all affected by this, that perhaps the universities maybe have to look at what are the alternatives, maybe in the short term, or maybe, looking at, from a manufacturer perspective, we have to manufacture products which are more open source, which will work with other products. And perhaps that's a change in mindset for us as well. So I think that's something that has to be considered as well.
I'd say that really, if you've got a pressing project, then being rigid in your product choice, you're going to need to become flexible. There's just no two ways about it. However, if you want to maintain your standards, then again, foresight and planning. That's where that would come into it, and we can account for that. But your more short-term requirements are probably going to need to be flexible. Medium-term, depending on what the product is, will dictate that. But long-term, if you can plan for next summer now, I think you could be doing okay.
We were actually having this conversation in our office on Tuesday about some of the products that we supply need to be able to work with others rather than just their own brand. They're really good products, but people don't buy all the componentry, which means they can't use that one product. It might be a world-beating product, but they can't use it because they don't want to use any of the others. So, these are conversations we regularly have because being out there and seeing and talking, you see it all the time. We'd like to give it a go, but we don't. We are this house or that house, or we don't use those components. So then you're stuck with, either having to go the whole hog or nothing at all.
And I think, certainly from a project planning perspective, that is, from you say, for like this, in terms of short-term planning, those kind of here and now projects that we may get from our customers. Flexibility of open source and compatibility. I think I would certainly be a lot more attuned to that probably than I ever have been at the moment. But I think internally within the university that introduces new problems. Obviously, we want to be sure of the products that we're putting in. We want to have the time to be able to hopefully test them and ensure that they're the right fit for what our support needs are, but also our functional requirements and our functional needs for our end users. And then that introduces potentially additional training and frontline support and required for our frontline technical teams. And I think a lot of us at the moment are just feeling the brunt of the demand for hybrid and just trying to keep the ship afloat. And a lot of our technical teams to take on that additional load of learning a new product, learning a new probably configuration style or programming language is going to be difficult. But I think in order to to meet some of the project timeframes that we are being asked. I think those two issues are just going to compound, and we're just going to have to find a way through it. And I think this time next year we'll be able to reflect back on the last year and kind of see how that's panned out, really.
I've been checking the Q&A box as we've been going, and we have had plenty of questions coming in, so please keep them coming. Yeah, we'll get to them shortly, but yeah, if you'd like to have questions for our panel, then I'm sure they'd love to answer them. Make them as difficult as you like as well. That's what they told me earlier. Yeah, there's another part of what we wanted to discuss, which is the whole hybrid teaching and meeting. And as I mentioned earlier, it's great and easy to say, this is what we're doing now and these are the benefits of it, etc., etc. And we know what the benefits are. We can see them here. Like, this whole event is hybrid, and we're here. There's hopefully hundreds of people watching and enjoying at home. What are the drawbacks? What are the drawbacks of hybrid teaching and learning? So, what would you say?
So I would say, from what I've seen and from what I've discussed with clients, it seems to be the remote student is just a mere spectator. There isn't a proper way for them to collaborate and be interacting as part of the actual class. And I think that that's the next step for hybrid, really, is to have that element within the classroom, by being able to have the remote participant being able to collaborate and be involved within a session, you know. And I think that there are some emerging technologies around that. However, there isn't anything that's, you know, properly nailed it. There isn't a product out there you can nail on and say that'll do it. But hopefully at the upcoming ISC, you know, we might see something new and interesting that could, you know, solve that gap. So, you know, let's wait and see on what comes from that.
I agree. I mean, I've worked in the higher education sector for quite a few years, actually working within that sort of environment, working for lecture capture type solutions. And I think if anything, the COVID pandemic has accelerated a demand that was already there, but it's always been a challenge for that inclusivity to feel for a remote user they're actually part of that class, as Suk said, rather than just a spectator. And it is a big challenge. There are lots of technologies emerging in that sort of area. As a manufacturer, we're developing products which allow you to have that more virtually inclusive sort of environment to learn in. And I've been at the other end of it as well. I've watched these kind of events remotely, as we all have, and you know, you don't feel like you're quite there, I think, in a lot of occasions. So yeah.
I think from our point of view, there seems to be different ways of teaching, different sized classrooms, different standards, different methods. So it's a real mishmash at the moment of everything, and that's why there's so many different types of collaborative products out there, because nobody's nailed it, and everybody's thinking they've got the edge, but some lecturers like one thing and others. So it's quite difficult, and I think it's probably, knowing what lecturing staff are like, going to be impossible to please everyone.
It's quite interesting as well, and I think it's something, that whole kind of like, you'll never replace the sort of feeling of really being there. And I think it's kind of like horses for courses, isn't it? It's like certain things are very useful and very good for certain things, and accessibility, you know, broadcasting things worldwide to international students, that kind of thing is fantastic. But for the more kind of discussion-based thing, I mean, to give you a sort of a peek behind the curtain, just before we were about to set up here, we were discussing whether I should direct questions or whether we should have a conversation. And, you know, we were talking about, you know, we don't want to be talking over each other and doing this kind of stuff. I think that comes from a real kind of just getting very much used to even if it's just the slight latency of virtual and long distance communication, even if it's half a millisecond, because of that thing, there's that stumble, that kind of stutter, and you're not quite sure, you can't read the body language like in real time, whereas here we're having quite a nice time. We're not speaking over each other, not accidentally anyway. So it's I think that's the thing. It's horses for courses. What would you say?
I think from a university perspective, I think all of us in the technology manager position are all of our institutions in a different place with hybrid. I think no one, well, they're probably a small handful who have got a very clear strategy from a very senior leadership level within the university about the direction that they're going and what they're wanting to offer with hybrid. At UEA, our senior leadership team are very much focused on providing a campus experience, but that's because we're a campus-based university. They strongly believe that in-person attendance is the best thing for the student, but other universities may have a different approach, saying to provide that flexibility for the student and allow them to decide whether they come into the classroom to teach. So I think it's a bigger strategical and pedagogical argument around how the university wants to pitch itself and provide an offering of student teaching and learning experience. And every institution is going to be different in that sense.
Time is absolutely flying by, and I would like to leave some time for questions. But so I'm going to come on to our final subject, which is the whole emerging tech. And essentially, I guess I just want to throw it open to you guys. What you think? Have you seen any emerging tech that you think is going to become commonplace in the whole higher ed situation?
Based on projects I've done over the last couple of years, we've put into lecture theatres and auditoriums LED. And the fact that the cost seems to be coming down quite often, becoming more palatable now. I can imagine that potentially becoming more commonplace in a lecture theatre environment. However, who knows? If the price point gets there, we could see them in classrooms. But I think that's one thing for sure. And then another, based upon recent events, surrounding COP, I would say that there's probably going to be a drive for more greener solutions, more sustainable solutions as well. That will be either, I know there are some already, but I think that will become more prominent over the years to come as well. We've got to think of that.
So from a manufacturing perspective as well, COVID has created I suppose, a bit of a vacuum really for emerging technologies, because nobody's been able to see anything, because we haven't been able to go and visit a lot of our customers. Things like ISE obviously didn't really happen in any useful form, I think, last year. So projects that manufacturers have been working on for new technologies perhaps haven't actually become visible yet. Add to that the issue with components. We can design some fantastic products, but at the moment we can't build them. So, from our perspective, it maybe has put a bit of delay on some of these new technologies, and really the person that loses out from all of that is the end user. It's Matt's customers, his academic staff. So I think as we move out of the end of this difficult period, there may be a flux of new technologies that become apparent. I know certainly as a manufacturer, we've been doing a lot of R&D through this period. We've had time to do it, and certainly, there'll be some interesting things to come. I suspect that's going to be similar for a lot of other manufacturers as well.
I think from my point of view, it's cloud-based stuff, maybe DSPs and things like that, rather than having a box using energy. So that sort of goes back to Suk's point on green products and the AI built into products. So, we're seeing a lot of cameras, say, for instance, now that have AI that now pick up facial recognition, track you now, rather than the traditional PTZs that are moving around the place. I'm seeing that a lot. So, it is the intelligence of these products now.
I think the technology that Mark Frost was showing earlier on in his presentation, it shows you there's a lot going on at the moment. How that fits into the environment within EMEA and with some of the regulations around protection of personal information, I don't know. But you obviously, that kind of innovation, you'll see elements of it appear in other technologies. We tend to pick out the best bits. Yeah.
Just to echo what everyone said, I think the sustainability, certainly at UEA, we're very proud of our sustainability initiatives, and I think the more we can subscribe to that agenda, the better. I think just to touch on something that nobody else has said, is all kind of building on what we're saying about hybrid, is not just hybrid teaching spaces, but meeting spaces as well. Obviously, thinking outside of the teaching and learning sphere, our staff are now working in a hybrid way, thinking about those hybrid meeting spaces and what we need from there as well. That's a big topic certainly for me at the moment, and technologies that allow really simple use of user experience and functionality within those rooms, I think is going to be key. And we're going to see more and more automation probably in that area to make it simpler from the user. One-touch join, continuation of that kind of technology, just to make it a lot more simpler for those people who have probably expedited their use of technology and their knowledge around technology over the last 18 months, and as they transition back to a campus environment to work hybridly, bring those sorts of technologies and that experience to make it as easy as possible for them to use.
So we're going to jump over to a couple of the questions now. This first one, I think, is probably mostly going to be aimed at SUP, but please feel free to put your points in. But the question comes in from Wayne, which says, with the supply chain issues and looking likely to be summer projects at best, are integrators still able to employ enough quality installers to assist with varying projects?
Yes, we are. It's the simplest way to answer that. Thank you for that question, Wayne. Yeah, there are, and this is also the sort of period where a lot of the guys will go renew their accreditations, update their CTS standings, sit in on manufacturer trainings, things that have been a bit starved off the past year or so due to the pandemic. So yeah, there'll be a lot of that happening.
And I guess as well, as much as there being a big surge in projects and people being needed, I suppose there was also, unfortunately, a lot of companies which couldn't afford to keep a lot of staff after the pandemic. So presumably you're sweeping those up when you need them, and then there is still enough professionals in the industry to fulfil the projects.
I think there's a general overall, I'd say, shortage of professionals in the industry, but there's a reasonable amount that I won't speak for everyone, I can only speak for ourselves, but we've always been able to manage with the pool staff that we have and the contract services that we use. So we're pretty solid on that front.
For sure. This next one comes in from Marcus. Now, this is one of those ones that has a few lines of explanation before, and the question comes at the end. So listen carefully, okay? Yeah, exactly. Are you ready? So the starting point is that there is simply not parity of experience between proximate and remote experiences. This is not really a technology problem, though there are no end-to MFRs claiming to have solutions to this problem. What do the panel feel will help move the discussion forward in this area?
Probably from the manufacturer's perspective is really listening to what the requirement is and perhaps understanding the applications more. I mean, as a manufacturer, we're looking far more at application-driven products and technologies than just simply a box that does something. It doesn't mean anything unless it's actually part of a solution. So I suppose from our perspective, I spend a lot of time with universities and end users, is really to understand what the application is and what's the outcome that you're expecting from it, and we work backwards from there to achieve that outcome. So I suppose that's for us to listen a bit more, maybe.
I'd say exactly the same as Matt, to be honest with you, because I didn't understand the question. But no, I'm joking. But it is the same as Matt. Ultimately, we have to take the information that we're given, and then we're not a manufacturer, but I have been in that position and work at what we can do to make that. To facilitate that. I don't know if you're ever going to get the right thing, because it's very difficult to make an individual, but software is far better than a fixed box solution, so it technically can be tailored, I suppose. So
a lot of institutions have different ideas about what hybrid is. And at the same time, I also think, if we're being honest, I don't think everyone knows what their end game for it is. And it's a developing thing at the moment, let's be real. It's something that's only been really driven over the past, since last March, I think a lot of people started conceiving it and only started really putting it into practice. Some were able to start last summer, but a lot of them, it was from this summer. And, we still, I don't, like I said earlier, I don't think anyone's cracked it. I think there's still a lot to be done, but I also feel that end users will probably need to, maybe sit down with the pertinent individuals at the university and discuss what they want their strategy to be for hybrid for those remote participants and what have you, you know, because I can definitely imagine there being, you've got a hybrid classroom, but that's different to hybrid collaboration. And then, you know, you've touched upon meeting spaces. So there are those elements. And also, ultimately, that'll also direct the investment in product as well, what products you go for and the product choice around that. And also then, you know, the relevant training that staff will need and the support they'll need. You know, I think what we're seeing here is AV was perceived as one thing before the pandemic. It is now looked upon as a critical thing. And, you know, it now needs to be given, you know, the degree of respect and attention that the likes of IT are given, and the support around that.
Yeah, I think what you were saying about university strategy, I think what we can do as technology managers to support our integrators, distributors and manufacturers is really kind of have those conversations internally to help develop our institution strategy around hybrid and what they're wanting to do by just removing technology out of the equation for a second. Let's have a conversation around what's the pedagogical requirement, and then the technology should fit that requirement, not the other way around.
Yeah, I'd quite safely say that the most successful projects that I've ever worked on, particularly when it's creating content to be consumed by students, the project team involved included students. It included senior academics that were actually going to use this technology and could start to try and think about and understand the type of content that they wanted to deliver and how it would be consumed by the end user. And I think unless you get the buy-in from everybody at all stages of that process, you're never going to quite get to where you want to get. So I think it's maybe that involving the right people in those early conversations and understanding the outcomes.
We recently did a demo of the product, and we demoed it to about 20 people, and there was 4 different scenarios, and there was 4 different sets of questions all coming at the same time. And we sort of, myself and my colleague, stood there trying to disseminate what they were all wanting, and we found it really difficult. Now, we were asked to go there, so it wasn't us sort of pitching the product. They knew about it. So we took away that, you know, actually, we're not really sure what people are looking for at the moment because their requirements are so varied. So it is, I think, way before the technology comes in. As Matt said, it is about, right, what are you doing? Asking all the pertinent questions, getting it all together, and then trying to provide. But you're not going to please everybody, but trying to provide a solution.
I think some of those questions fall outside of, you know, the remit of even us within universities. You know, it needs to be an institutional approach to what the student teaching and learning experience is. You know, it's not. This brings in questions about you know, students learning synchronously and asynchronously as well, and what their blended learning offering and experience is going to be, and then ultimately starting at that point and actually saying, okay, well, for those teaching sessions that you are engaging in either face-to-face or synchronous activity, what are the pedagogical scenarios? Is that a collaboration? Is that a lecture-based format where, you know, students just need to listen to a live stream, or is that, you know, the ability for students to ask questions, collaborate with others in the room? There's so many different pedagogical, I think, scenarios that hybrid, you know, no approach to hybrid at the moment really nails all of them, and without probably buying 3 or 4 different solutions and try and get them all to work together in the same room. Yeah, exactly.
Or maybe it isn't one solution. It's a suite of solutions depending on what the requirement is. Maybe that's it. Maybe we're all trying to come up with the perfect answer, and there isn't one.
And they all go into different buildings or different teaching rooms, and this is where you would teach because this allows you to do this. And
of that. So it's
see, you're throwing things in there, Matt. We're trying to help you, mate.
Wait, I know. So, yeah.
Well, there you go. Thank you very much indeed, Marcus. A length of answer to suit the length of the question. There we go. So, and finally, because we are coming to the end of the time now, Shauna, there's a question that's come in, and it's kind of on the same lines as Matt, what you were saying about having the right ideas and the right kind of information, but not necessarily the actual physical material to create something. This person, not anonymous, unfortunately, will we have a lot less new products being developed and created while we wait for supply chains to catch up? For example, do you think there will be a lot less new tech at ISE, Infocom, other trade shows?
I can only speak from my current experience. I know that from an R&D perspective, that hasn't stopped through this process. They're almost two separate challenges. As manufacturers, and I'm sure every other manufacturer that's sponsoring this event would agree, you can't sit on your laurels. Technology moves so fast now. If you're not doing your R&D work behind the scenes whilst you're dealing with all of the day-to-day manufacturing issues, and there are many of them, then you won't be in business for very long. So that continues. Whether it will be at ISE, I think from what I said earlier on, the issue that we've got is not that we can't develop products, is we can't build them at the moment because we can't get the components. And do customers want us to launch a product that we can't supply? That seems mindlessly stupid from a manufacturer's perspective, because we're just going to disappoint you. So yes, we are developing, you know, I can speak for us, I'm sure everybody else is the same. We're developing new technologies, new products. Can we build them in that time frame? Maybe, maybe not. I'd anticipate that we will be having conversations about new products at ISE, the same as everybody else. I don't think that train can stop. I think we're already on it. It has to keep moving forward. But the challenge at the moment is, can we build it?
I think also probably what we'll find, what is released next year was developed in 2019 or 18. And then there might be a really short period of time because stuff has been developed in 2020 and maybe superseded it. So there might be actually a rush of technology, you know, but as Matt said, when you can get all the components. So that's a really difficult question to ask. But there, you know, we do know that there are products that are waiting to be released. They're just not the components to build them. So why release it?
Yes. It will continue. There will be R&D. There will be new products. But
I mean, look at where we were at last year, March, to all the product sets that are now available around them, available to be procured for hybrid learning, or the UC, has just accelerated massively. So I'm sure there'll be things. Probably that'll be the area I'd suspect where there'll be more prominence around new emerging technologies at the show, but. There's definitely going to be new stuff at these shows. There's no doubt about that. A lot of people see next year as the year things begin to open up, and hopefully things go back to normal as soon as possible.
So this kind of stuff, maybe some virtual concept launches of products that we'll build it when we can, but this is what we've got coming, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, things are being tested in labs all over the globe. But it's got. Are they ready to be launched? Can we build them? Can we build them in sufficient quantities to make them viable? I suppose is the question. So yeah, I guess so.
It's a really difficult question to answer fully, isn't it? But we're all trying to look into the future.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, we've come to the end of our time for the panel discussions. So I think next we're going to shoot over to a virtual tour of this amazing facility, this Harman Experience Centre that we're in. But just before we do that, just want to say thank you very much indeed to our panel. So Suk, Matt, Pete, and Matt as well. The upcoming AV boy band, maybe the next big thing. Who knows?
It's Take That 2039.
Yeah, exactly. So stay tuned. But thank you very much indeed from all of you. And over to the virtual tour. Thank you very much.
We're live at the Harman Experience Centre, where LTSMG are hosting their annual conference, where some of the great AV minds from the education sector come together to share ideas, their wisdom, and sometimes some very dodgy dance moves.
I actually once saw these dodgy dance moves myself, and I don't think my eyes have ever fully recovered. At this venue, they're showcasing some amazing brands such as AMX, JBL, Soundcraft, and many more, and they perform in a wide variety of different markets such as performing arts, touring, corporate, and of course, education.
I think we can now hand over to Ben, our audio expert in the Experience Centre. Over to you, Ben.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Jace, and welcome to the Experience Centre. So before we get started and talk about the things you're going to expect us to talk about, we're going to take a moment to look at the portable PA range. These products you've seen with bands, with DJs, in venues, in music departments, and this is perfect for where you need that full PA experience with plenty of low frequency and the projection to cut through a full band. Historically, that's kind of been where they stop, but these days we can install these products as well to make them more versatile. And as we go up the range from the IRX to the Eon and then the PRX, we pick up more and more pro features which make them more and more versatile. And that brings us on to our new highly evolved range of products which are much more portable and hugely versatile around an educational facility. Something like the Eon 1 Compact that we have here has a 12-hour battery life, really powerful output, a 4-channel mixer which adds Bluetooth as well, and a control which can be done either by the system on the side here, which is nice and simple, or an app which gives you extra features to play with for that professional sheen. Now there's going to come a point where you're going to want to project sound further and reach a larger audience, and that's where products such as the Eon 1 Mark II come in. This being a line array product, it can throw distances much further, much more evenly than conventional products can. And at JBL, we have many proprietary technologies which allow us to do that really evenly and smoothly. All of that is in addition to the fact that it all collapses down neatly into the subwoofer, so you can just pick it up and carry it and use it wherever you need to. And this product here even has a battery built into here, this section at the bottom of the unit, which allows us to take it out and actually make an event wherever you want. Anywhere can now be an event space or a classroom. We've got a 5-channel mixer on there. We've got features such as automatic feedback suppression. So if you have an inexperienced user, they're not going to get that squeaking mic experience. And if we want to go even further, we have another product over here to my left. Well, we've recently released the PRX1. This has a full-length array of transducers, which gives you more control and significantly more output, and a much more potent subwoofer, which will give you a nice chest-thumping bass. A pair of these can get up to some serious power output levels and really keep up with a conventional PA system. We're also picking up extra channels on the mixer, so we're up to 7 now, and despite all of these lovely features, it still packs down and is completely portable. In addition to that, the mid-high section could be removed and mounted on a wall with the bracket that is available, and then you can permanently install that and keep your subwoofer safe until you need the system. With that, I'm going to hand over to Ed, who's in the recording studio.
Thanks, Ben, and welcome to the home recording studio. Here we can see that the Harman portfolio has all bases covered. Starting off with our USB microphones, these make it easy to record directly into a computer. And next to it is one of our high-quality condenser microphones that, with an XLR connection, plug directly into one of our small mixing desks. Now, our small mixing desk has got a nice trick in that they also have USB connectivity, making it easy to do a multi-track recording at a high quality with a low cost. For listening back to your recording, the AKG K-Series headphones are comfortable and provide a great listening experience. And then for the final mix, the JBL 3 Series monitors have got the same waveguide technology that our large-scale touring speakers have, giving an even frequency response wherever you are in the room. Now, for anyone that is a content creator or that is studying music production or video production at university, these are ideal tools to get to know your industry. And back to the studio.
I can really see that technology being popular with all those vloggers and influencers.
Yeah, and those Eon 1 portable speakers seem a great way of getting audio across a campus without any real installation work.
And of course for outside.
Yeah, especially with that 12-hour battery. And I think we've got some more information now on installed audio. Over to you, Ben.
Cheers, Jason. So, one of the things that JBL are most famous for is our installed on-wall and in-ceiling loudspeakers, but it's worth taking a moment to bear in mind where that all started from, the Control 1. Back in 1987, we released a studio monitor which was designed to go into small spaces like broadcast vans and compact broadcast studios. People started using them out in places like high-end fashion retail and posh restaurants and clubs and things, and sticking subs with them. Great. We realized that at that point that we were selling far more of those and that there were different requirements of the marketplace, and that's how we got to the Control Contractor. It's bringing that monitor quality, but it's putting it into an install loudspeaker. And now that the range has grown, we now have very little guys that you can fit in your pocket, like the Control 52 over here, all the way up to the big guy over in the corner there, the Control 28, that has a nice big 8-inch bass driver and strong LF response. Now, if you have the little one, you're going to need to reinforce the bass with a bit of extra low frequency. That's where something like the compact Control 50 sub comes in. Gives you that nice kick in the ribs, but also fills out the low end of the smaller speakers. That can be partnered with several other models in the range. Now, we also have ceiling speakers as part of this system, which, yes, you would expect us to be able to create a model that's the equivalent and pop it in a ceiling, but we do some nice little things to make life easy for you. We always use waveguides to maximize the efficiency and directivity of the sound, but we also make it easy for you to change the tap settings by just removing the grill, rather than having to go back up in the ceiling and pick a different input. So what about when we want to go up to a premium offering? Well, that's where the Control 40 and the Control 60 model that I have here in my hand come in. The 40 is the ceiling version, the 60 is the pendant. And in here, we have waveguide technology that's derived from our performance audio Tour Sound product, which makes sure that we can spread sound very evenly across all frequency ranges so that all your listeners get a high quality and equal experience. Now, there will come a point where even the most advanced waveguide isn't going to cut it for you, and that's when we move on up to something like the CBT range. The CBT speakers leverage line array technology, which is, as we found out earlier, a way of propagating sound more directly forwards into the room. Constant beam width technology, where we get the CBT bit from, is our way of using delay and attenuation to steer the beam into a tight point across the audience plane just to cover the ear height of your listeners and not hit the ceiling and not hit the upper side walls or the floor that we don't want to cover. Now, there are 3 core models in the range. The little one, which is the CBT 50 there, that's perfect for smaller classrooms and learning environments or boardrooms. When we move on up to the CBT 100, as the column gets larger, we get better control and more output, so we can use it in a bigger environment. So we're talking larger classrooms, larger boardrooms. When you move up to the CBT 70, for example, we have a speaker which now has proper performance audio credentials. We have a long array of high power bass drivers and high output soft dome treble drivers, which give you a very sweet but very strong performance. This will keep up with a proper performance audio PA system. And if you didn't think that was quite enough for your application, we put the CBT on massive steroids and created the CBT 1000. This model offers a full 2,400 watts of input power and can put out the equivalent of one of our VRX performance audio models. That is just as at home in a club or a high-end drama department as it is in any large boardroom. Now, there will come a time when you're looking for a loudspeaker which retains the benefits of the form factor of something like the Control Contractor range, i.e. it's nice and small, but picks up a lot of extra performance. That's where the application engineered models come in. They're for putting in those kind of under balcony positions or front fill positions in a theatre or venue. They can also be perfect for things like student unions and clubs and bars, where you need something which is going to sound smooth and sweet during the day, but you also need something that when you pop in one of these subwoofers that we have here can be pushed up into being a club sound system in the evening. Going back to these subwoofers, the application engineered models also retain that very small compact form factor that we're looking for, but we put in some serious driver technology. That allows us to put out some really impressive bass response from a small unit. That can complement a CBT just as well as it can the other application engineered models. And by mixing and matching the best parts of the meshing points of all of these ranges, you can build really engaging high-end audio solutions.
That was an amazing selection of speakers with something for every need.
Yeah, I like the way you can mix and match all of those different speakers to really get the same audio experience campus-wide.
Now let's have a look what's available if you want to go bigger and louder.
Thanks, Matt. So we've been talking about the installed product portfolio, and there's hopefully lots of nice, interesting, really useful products that you're going to find in there, which will help you to build really well thought through education spaces for the benefit of all those students. It is worth bearing in mind as well that we also do performance audio, and that's quite unusual in this particular marketplace. Harman and Soundcraft do things like the VI series of consoles that you see in front of me here. You can see they're mixing top bands all over the world. And we also do the JBL A series line arrays that you see behind me here. This one we've got there, that's the A12. This is the big guy. You'll see that in large venues. That's perfect for your bigger student unions, their clubs and associated areas. But because we want to reach more markets than just that, we also do things like the A8 that we see behind us there. This is a scaled down version. We take the same technology from the A12 and we make a slightly smaller one. That's perfect for going into theatre, for going into smaller venues, and you'll find them in drama departments and stuff like that. Even if you don't have the opportunity to use all this good fun stuff, a lot of the R&D technology that we've spent our time on to develop these products is exactly the same R&D that informs the transducer, the waveguide, the acoustic technologies that we find in our installed product portfolio that we already looked at.
That sounded great, pun intended. Another reason LTSMG chose the venue is because of the lighting.
Well, that and the fact that Adam Harvey lives close by. In fact, I think I saw his e-scooter parked up in the car park.
Now we're going to hand over to another Matt who will illuminate you further.
Thanks, Matt. I'm here at the tour stage where we're showcasing some of Martin Professional's lighting solutions. You'd usually find Martin perhaps on the biggest tour stages or in big rental houses, but the range also consists of a lot of fittings more suitable for smaller venues such as auditoriums, small stages, display areas, or even student bars, for example. We have two very small compact moving heads called the Era 300 and 400. These are really great compact little fittings. They're light, they're easy to rig, they're very energy efficient, and they blend really well into smaller environments. If moving lights aren't your thing and you want something a bit simpler, then we have a more traditional spotlight called the ELP, which again is very energy efficient, easy to use, and small and lightweight. So it's easy to get up into the ceiling and easy to use. All of these fixtures are also available in white, which makes them ideal if you're not trying to make them blend into a black stage, but perhaps you have an auditorium or a more traditionally decorated space. What do you think of those then, Matt?
Wow, those are some amazing lighting options. I can really see those being used on a campus for graduations, prom night, performing arts.
I really like the idea of it being used in the student union bar.
And possibly outside areas. Matt, could you help us here?
I think we can certainly help you with that one, Matt. Martin's exterior range of products has a huge number of different fittings that suit every application for lighting up buildings and exterior spaces. Whether that is highlighting older buildings with subtle detailing, or whether that is adding bright, vivid colour and dynamic movement to more modern buildings, we have all of the solutions. It's not just about washing buildings with colour or with light, but we can also project gobo images. So if you want to project logos such as the one behind me, or add movement and effects to grounds or building facades, then that is an option with projection. Another way of approaching this might be to use our video products such as Exterior Pixline. This means that you can add really cool video effects across the whole facade and even interact with them live if using the right equipment. Back to you in the studio, Matt.
What an amazing way to light historic buildings. And now I think Jason's gained access to the Experience Centre to tell us some more about some of the video solutions.
Hi, thanks Matt, and yeah, I've gained access to the Harman Experience Centre and I'm in the conferencing area where we're showcasing the ability to have a great in-room system but also allow visiting devices to use that same technology. To do that, we're using the AMX CTC 1402. This is a two-part product where one of the devices acts as a transmitter and sits underneath the table and has a variety of different inputs. That then goes one cable, so really easy installation method, to a receiver that is located nearby to the screen. The default source in this case is a PC. Everyone's familiar with it, they know how to use it, and you can load a variety of different applications onto it. Also within this room, we're using a number of USB devices connected to that PC, such as a mouse and keyboard, a touchscreen, and either a speaker, microphone, and camera as well. That works as a great system, but if I use my laptop and I connect one cable, which is USB-C, and it carries video, audio, and USB on it, that will then auto switch to the screen, so I don't need to press anything. There's no control, complex configuration required. Once that's on screen, I can run presentations, but I can also make conferencing calls using my own device, but I'm also picking up all of those in-room technology as well, which has been specifically designed for that space. What's also really cool is I can use my phone. So I can connect my phone, again using that USB-C cable, and you can probably hear those USB devices reconnecting in the background. But using my phone, I can mirror my phone's output. I can pick up a mouse and keyboard, I can pick up the touch display to interact with my own personal device. I can also enable Samsung DeX mode, where I essentially turn my phone into a desktop. This then makes it even easier to view applications, to run presentations. So for example, I can access some files that I may have downloaded, got from my email, or another cloud storage device. From there, I can access this, show this, whilst using the in-room technology. So it makes it a really easy system, and it's especially great for small to medium-sized classrooms. When I disconnect my phone, it will auto switch back to the default source, which of course was the PC, and again you can probably hear those USB peripherals connecting in the background. There's virtually no configuration required. It's a very easy installation method, and there's no control or any complex programming required. I'm now going to pass you over to my colleague Adam, who's going to talk about presentation switches.
Thanks, Jason. In this system, we're using a presentation switcher as an example of a typical mid-sized meeting room or classroom. Now, presentation switches are a great solution to use in these systems because we can include all of the technology that we need for this type of space into a single product. In this case, we're using an Insight 813 AC. This has built-in NX processing, so we don't need a separate control processor for it. We have a built-in video switcher, audio matrix, we have video scaling, and also a 50-watt Crown drive core amplifier. And on the output of that amplifier, in this example, we're using a pair of JBL CBT50 speakers. These do a great job at directing the audio at the audience, so I'm not losing too much of that acoustic energy against the floor and the ceilings. One of the benefits of the Insight system is that although it's a switcher, so it has a single output, I can display two sources on the screen at one time. So if, for example, I wanted to display two documents to compare them, I can switch it into windowing mode and display those side by side. I can use another windowing mode to display them one above the other, and I've also got picture-in-picture mode, so I'm able to decide which sources I want as the picture-in-picture, how big it is, and what position it needs to be in. Another feature of this is, unlike most switches, unless they're seamless switches, you have a blank when you switch between one source and another. So one of the benefits we have, because we're using windowing processing, is being able to fade sources between them and also switch from one source to the other and have it wipe across the screen rather than having a blank between each of those sources. Now, the switching technology that we're using in this space is fairly traditional based on HDMI and HD-Base-T. We also have a wide range of networked AV products, and I'm going to hand over to Jason now that's going to tell you a little bit about these.
Thanks, Adam. And now I'm going to talk about networked AV. That's essentially putting video around a network to distribute around a campus or a building. Well, firstly, essentially, video over a network doesn't really exist. What we do is we take that video and audio and we encode that into data packets, which can freely travel around our network. We then put a decoder on the other end to take those data packets and convert back into video and audio. In order to showcase this technology, we've got an area here. We've got a latency demo, where we've got a 4K camera plugged into an encoder, onto a network, back to a decoder, and we invite our guests to come in, stand in front of the camera, and the latency is so low that it's like looking into a mirror. Behind me is 4 screens, and these could be 4 separate classrooms, 4 separate lecture theatres that are all displaying their own individual content. Now, the beauty of a network system instead of a centralized switching is the fact that anywhere where there's a network port, we could put an encoder or decoder there to video enable. Now, in this scenario, if we wanted to link rooms together, combine rooms to create a bigger audience, that's really easy to do. I select each video and select what source I want to display in that scenario. What's also great, because we've got a 2x2 setup here, we can make that a video wall. Very easily, pressing one button to make that go full screen. And there's no extra hardware or software required. Over here, we've got a comparison area where we have a single source, which is fed direct into a display via a HDMI cable, and the other one onto an encoder, onto our converged network, back to a decoder, back to the display, and we ask our visitors to see if they can tell the difference. Some examples, we've got a contrast ratio here to really show off the blacks and whites, a video that is rich in color, a spreadsheet with a lot of information on it, and a countdown timer as well. I now hand you back to Adam to show the education area.
In the education space, we're showing an example of a collaborative learning environment linked with a hybrid learning system. On the collaboration side, we have a simple student table which is being used for the students to be able to share their content locally. We're using one of the new PreSys range of switches, and this particular 4x2 model doesn't really require a user interface because it auto switches. When the students plug in their content into the switcher, it'll automatically be displayed on the screen. This would form part of a larger space with many more tables of this type. The lecturer is obviously in full control of the environment, so anytime they want, they can switch the main content to each of the screens to bring the focus back to the front of the room. Let's take a look at what the lecturer is going to be using to control the environment. So I have two examples of user interface that I'd like to show you. The first is one of our standard Madero G5 touch panels. This can be programmed with any of the control functions and any of the automation that's needed to control this type of environment. As well as standard control functions, I'm able to install a Zoom app to be able to control the Zoom room solution that I'm using for the hybrid learning environment. Another option we have here is a standard third-party large format touchscreen. Now this is connected to a PC that's running our TPI Pro software. This has a number of functions. First of all, I can program it as a touchscreen, so it gives me all the functionality, all the automation I would have from a standard touch panel, but it also gives me video preview functions because the outputs from the system I can take into HDMI to USB capture devices, present those to the PC, and they would be displayed on the screen. This gives me the ability of previewing whatever, in this case, whatever I have displayed on the screens behind me, but also to be able to preview content before switching it to the main screens. Now, there's a lot of benefits to this. If I'm sending to the main screen, I need to be sure that I'm sending the right content. If I'm going to be sharing that with the far end or with the recording system, it's always best to know exactly what's going to be shared before that happens. Now, at the backbone of this system, I have a DVX3266 presentation switcher. This is our latest model of presentation switches. There are two in the lineup, 2265 and the DVX3266. This particular model is an 8x4 matrix. I've got HDMI for local switching, DX-Link for distance transport. It also has a much more upgraded audio side. We have an upgraded DSP system, 6 microphone inputs, and also 8 Dante channels in and out. So it's very easy to integrate with any digital audio system. Another product I'd like to talk about, which we've already seen in action over at the collaboration table, is the PreSys range of switches. These are switches that we've just released. There's a simple low-cost range of switches. We talked about the 4x2 system, which has auto switching. We also have a 4x4, a 6x2, and an 8x8 matrix. All of these have an open API, so they can actually be controlled by any control system you like. The UVC1 4K HDMI to USB capture device you've seen in action over on our touchscreen. We also have a windowing processor. Now, windowing can be very important in this environment. What I'm showing you at the moment is two different types of content. So locally, all my students can see the content, they can see me. On the far end, it's a slightly more limited view. So what I can do with the windowing processor is build a new image involving the different bits of content and myself as the presenter and send that to the system that's recording and also to the far end students.
Hi, some breaking news from AMX, in that there's a number of official partnerships being announced. The first one I'd like to talk to you about is Panopto. Now we know Panopto is a fantastic tool for lecture capture and recording. AMX have developed a free module which is downloadable from their website, and it makes the integration really easy. Now from your AMX panel, you can start and stop the recording really easily at a press of a button, whilst you can also extend that meeting if classes overrun or there's a great Q&A session that you might want to capture. And this is, again, really easy at a press of a button. Another partnership I'd like to bring to your attention is the partnership with Zoom. Now, of course, AMX can be the front end for all Zoom rooms. We have a free downloadable application that you can use on any AMX touch panel that mimics the Zoom UI exactly. Zoom have recently developed the ability for Zoom rooms to control third-party equipment. AMX have simplified this entire process by building a web utility complete with templates for a number of their products to work seamlessly alongside Zoom. For more information, please visit amx.com. I'll now pass you over to Kieran from Netgear to explain about the partnership we're doing there.
Thank you, Jason, and hi everyone. I'm here to introduce you to our brand new AV line of switches, the M4250 series. This family of switches was engineered from the ground up with the audio-visual market in mind. That being said, if we take a quick look, what you'll see is we actually have no front-facing ports on the switch anymore. So we've kept it nice and sleek and black, so again it fits in seamlessly with all the other type of AV equipment potentially that you have in your deployment. You'll see we have threaded holes here for Visa mounts, so you can mount these anywhere you go. And if we take a look at the back now, we have all your ports and we have the power supply. Now obviously potentially you may not want to mount it like that, so we've given you the option, and you have both rear and front facing rack mount holes there, so you can mount it any other way that you like. Now that's a little bit about the outside, but really the secret sauce is what happens on the inside, where we now have a dedicated AV administration page. We follow a template system, so you can go along and pick a manufacturer, and we've worked extensively with the team over at AMX so that we can now go within the switch, pick the AMX profile, and you can deploy AMX and any of their networked AV products seamlessly and quickly. Your job really is just to go and pick that profile, apply it to the ports that you want, and then you can literally plug them in here. As you'll see, we have an AMX profile behind us, and we've configured that for 6 ports, and I could come along, take any of the networked AV products, plug those in, and they will work straight away. Now, if you want to learn more about the switches, you can go and head over to netgear.com, or you can email us at proavdesign@netgear.com. Alternatively, you can head over to the AMX demo facility within the UK, where they have all the products available for you to test and play with. Thank you, guys.
AMX have some amazing products and some very exciting new partnerships with TopTech, Netgear and Panopto.
And it's been amazing to see how all these different Harman iconic brands such as AMX, JBL, BSS and Crown all fit into one ecosystem, and it's really exciting to see how they fit into an education space.
If you'd like to experience this for yourself and come see our Experience Centre, please contact myself or one of the team.
And with that, we return you to your regularly scheduled programming. It's a good night from him.
And it's a good night from me.
Thanks very much for that, guys. Really interesting stuff. And thank you again to Harman and AMX for letting us do LTSMG at home in this amazing facility. We'll try and sort out some tours for LTSMG members next year.
So you may have seen we are returning to in-person events next April. So delighted to have the host for the conference. So I'm going to hand over to Matt to give us a bit of information.
So after the challenges we've all faced in the last 2 years, and despite 2 fantastic at-home conferences, which I'm sure you will agree have taken virtual conferences to a new level, I'm really pleased that we're going to be able to get together in person next year at LTSMG 22. And I'm honoured to announce that we'll be hosting LTSMG 22 at the University of East Anglia, or UEA. We're a campus-based university situated on the outskirts of the stunning medieval city of Norwich. Our beautiful campus is built on a former golf course and is home to green open spaces, including a broad, and is home to Dennis Lasden's brutalist architecture, as well as Norman Foster's Sainsbury's Centre for Visual Arts, which some of you may know moonlights as the Avengers HQ. We're hard at work preparing a fantastic event for our first in-person event back. We're planning the keynote talks in our infamous panel discussion in our Enterprise Centre, which was recognised as COP26 as one of the most sustainable buildings in Europe. We'll also be hosting a tour of our new science building, which I spoke about at last year's conference, and I'm pleased we'll be hosting many of the sponsors that have exhibited today in person too, to bring back the LTSMG show floor. And not to forget, a brilliant networking event and conference dinner. So keep your eyes peeled for registration, and I cannot wait to see you in person and welcome you to UEA in the spring.
Thanks, Matt. Really looking forward to bringing LTSMG to University of East Anglia next April. So really, that kind of brings the end to the formal part of the day for us. About now, we'd normally be heading out for our conference dinner, but obviously running at home, we can't do that. However, if you haven't already, have a rummage through your conference box and you'll find your Just Eat voucher. So get something ordered up and enjoy a delicious takeaway. Come back at 6 o'clock though. We're going to be doing live online gin tasting, so make sure you've got your gin tasting goodie box at the ready. We are going to actually open that Zoom call early, so do feel free to log on early and have a chat with your friends and colleagues there. But just make sure you're back at 6 o'clock and we'll see you there. Introduce Rowan Thompson, who's with us here in Hemel tonight at the Harman Experience Centre, and she's joining us from in-house tasting. Rowan, it's all over to you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. Hope you're all thirsty. You've got 5 double gin and tonics to get through in the next half an hour, so let's crack on. So what I've got for you this evening, right in front of you, 5 samples of Copper in the Clouds gin. For those of you who might not have heard Copper in the Clouds, it's a lovely little distillery that's just outside Ware in Hertfordshire, so it's locally made. We are going to be doing them in order. I don't know if all of them in exact order, but I will tell you which ones we're going to go through first. It would help if you had more than 1 glass on the go. Much as I love to encourage people to scull 5 double gin and tonics in the space of half an hour, I don't think as a licence holder that would be terribly responsible. So, you should have in front of you your gins. You've also got your mixers, which is your Folkengton's tonic here, which we will be trying with them, or not. It's entirely up to you if you want to taste it like that, or if you want to taste it neat if you're slightly hardcore. And you should have your little booklet here. In the booklet gives you the code to download the video that James, who is the distiller at Copper in the Clouds, has done for you. He also goes through a load of cocktail making sessions during that, which we unfortunately don't have time for. But please do refer to that. Right, let's crack on. First one we're going to do is our little blue one, which is the Hertfordshire Dry Gin. So a little bit of background history on lovely James. He used to work for a distillery in East London, which is where he cut his teeth on the whole distilling game, and decided that he wanted to do it for himself, and why not? So the Hertfordshire Dry Gin is his flagship gin. What he wanted to do was to create a gin that basically is hearts in a glass. See what I did there? He wanted to get as many local botanicals as he possibly could. So this is a very classic gin. There's a woman down the road who has a fabulous big garden, and she grows herbs in there. Lemon verbena being one of them, lemon balm, which features heavily in this particular gin. He puts whole lemons in there as well. Little bit of lavender. So pour it in your glass, give it a little sniff first. Tell me what you smell. I can guarantee your first word will be juniper. Yeah, juniper. Gives it away, doesn't it? Maybe it's the gin thing, who knows? Anything else that you get on there? I can smell the lavender. Smell the lavender, a bit of rosemary. Very herbaceous, yeah. Slightly different from your normal Gordons or your Tanqueray. Okay, so now I suggest you just take a quick sip. This is the weird bit, because you probably haven't drunk neat spirits yet today, or if you have, come round mine. Just take a little sip, wash it round your mouth, like you would a little bit of mouthwash. This is going to acclimatise your palate to neat spirits. And then welcome to my friendship group. So once you've done that, so you'll feel a burn on your palate initially. Take another wee sip, just a bit neat, and then suddenly you'll find that some of the flavours will come through. You'll feel a sort of viscousness with the spirit. Don't just shot it like tequila, not yet. We're going to mix it with tonic. I don't want to lose my job. Now the tonics in front of you, these are Folkengton's tonics. There is a rule about your mixers. With a classic style like this, you can actually mix it with whatever you want. If you want the floral side to come out, then mix it with Mediterranean tonic, for example. If you want the fruitier side to come out, mix it with rhubarb and rose tonic or an elderflower tonic, for example. We're just using a classic Indian dry tonic. Please, 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 when you're mixing your lovely gins, use a decent tonic. Rule number 1. There is a famous tonic maker that says if 2/3 of your drink is tonic, make it the best. This is Folkengton's, not Peabody. But anyway, but it's true. Spend money on your tonic. Don't go cheap. And also don't use artificial sweetener. And everyone likes the lighter, slender line tonic. If you get the light tonic, it just means 50% less sugar, but you still get the flavour of the gin. So that's my mumsy bit over and done with, sorry. Right, so ratio normally for me would be 1 part gin, 3 parts tonic. That's an absolute lie, it's 1 to 2 for me, but anyway. And then it'll completely change the flavour. So like adding water to whiskey, the top notes will start coming through. So you'll get the citrus notes will come through, herby notes, slightly fruity, and the whole thing will come alive. If you have ice at home, bung it in your glass, because that'll do the job. For those of you who are interested, it's 43% ABV. You cannot legally be called a gin in this country if you are less than 37.5%. But ABVs mean nothing to me. I'll drink it anyway. And this is a style called London Dry. You may see this on bottles everywhere and wonder what it means. I'll tell you what London Dry means. It's a style, legally, where you have to distill all the botanicals at the same time, in the same still. You're not allowed to add anything at the end or take anything away. The only thing you're allowed to add is water. So it comes off the still at about 90-95%, which is whopping. You don't want to drink that, trust me. And then you just add the water to dilute it down to whichever ABV brings out the best in your botanicals. But that's what a London Dry is. It's a style of making gin. Doesn't mean it's the best, just means it's one of them. I don't know if we've got any thumbs up on the old Zoom there, whether people like it. Your thoughts? Do we like? Yeah? It's rather good, isn't it?
Got someone asking for Navy strength gin.
Navy strength? Yeah. Right, coming round mine for Christmas. Absolutely. Navy strength, it has to be over 55% to be a Navy strength gin, which is huge. And you also have to be a sailor. That's a lie. Right. We are going to kind of move through these quite quickly, so Scarlett will get another glass, one or the other. I have spare glasses, should you require them, because unfortunately I'm not allowed to drink when I do my job. Next is the rather beautiful Flower Bomb, which is the white one. This is James's best-selling gin, and the perfect gin for the woman in your life. But also, frankly, it's absolutely beautiful. So this is another London Dry style. And James is thinking around this one. He works out of an old tractor workshop on a farm. And every spring, the farm just comes alive with flowers. At the end of February, beginning of March, the whole place just explodes with beauty. And he absolutely wanted to capture that. And this is how Flower Bomb got involved. Please nick my Flower Bomb. That's all right. I don't need to drink it. So, have a little sniff of this, and then a little taste neat, and you'll notice straight away what a difference there is from the Hertfordshire Dry, although the Hertfordshire Dry is the base spirit for this. but it's not quite so citrusy. So it's pretty floral. There's a clue in the name. Flower bomb. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about botanicals. You cannot legally be called a gin in this country if your predominant botanical is not juniper. So that absolutely has to be at the forefront. That's British gin law. I like to think of my botanicals like superheroes. So let's think about juniper as Batman, please. And then in order to sort of bolster Batman and to slightly calm him down, because he's a little bit reckless, is the coriander seed, and that is robin. So the two go together in pretty much 99.9% of all gins. Then what you have are slightly different sort of root botanicals. Angelica root comes from the carrot family. Do not be fooled. Drinking pints of gin does not help you see in the dark. I've tried it for your benefit, and it does not work. I know, the sacrifices I make, right? So Angelica root and orris root, which is the root of the iris, are there to calm down the unruly botanicals, which are Batman and Robin, basically, the juniper and the coriander seed. Otherwise, their flavors ping off everywhere. So they ground those botanicals. It gives it a slightly earthy flavor, in some senses a slight citrus flavor, but they're the sort of basis of all your gins. They're going to be in there somewhere. In this particular gorgeousness, the flower bomb, obviously Batman and Robin are in there. Who's choking? Do I need to do a Heimlich? You're all right. So juniper and coriander are in there, and then you've got your flowers. Anyone detect rose in there? She's in there. She's doing the breaststroke. She'll be fine. Chamomile's in there. Calendula is in there. There's a little bit of lavender in there too. Also lemon peel and licorice root. Now here's a funny thing about licorice root. Back in the good old days, in the 18th century, when everyone was making gin with sulfuric acid, those, you know, party time. Those were the days, right? Licorice root used to be used to sweeten the gin. I say gin in inverted commas because obviously it was just a death trap. Rather than, so it doesn't taste like licorice, but it's used to sweeten things up. So when you see licorice root in the botanicals on the side of a gin bottle, it'll be a slightly sweeter stuff. And it was used to mask the taste of sulfuric acid. I'm assuming that your esophagus burning would probably give the sulfuric acid away, but you know, I wasn't born then, so what do I know? So you'd serve this with a lovely twist of lemon. So you peel your lemon, give it a twist. What happens at that is just releases all those essential oils in the peel of the fruit. And that really makes a big difference. And if you happen to have a couple of hibiscus flowers knocking around, stick them in as well. Do we like this? Yes? Do we prefer it to the first one, or no? First one's nicer. Yeah. They prefer this to the... Do they? I've always liked you. Okay. Now, I don't want to overly influence you in any way, shape or form, but we're now going to move on to the mango and black pepper, and it is my favourite gin. Just saying. Okay? It's amazing. Fresh glass, if you can, because otherwise the flower bomb will overpower it. So here's an interesting story about how the mango and black pepper came into being. When James, who makes Copper in the Clouds, was working at the East London distillery, they hired some scientists, like you do a study on what the best garnish pairings were for a gin and tonic. I mean, I thought my job was good, but heavens above. Anyway, they studied, you know, receptors, etc., and they found that mango and black pepper was the best pairing for a garnish for a G&T. So James decided, because he wanted to do a kind of tropical gin, he decided to do the mango and black pepper. Oh, give this a whiff. Isn't it glorious? Oh, straight away. So we were talking a little bit before about the London dry style, where you have to distill all your botanicals at the same time. There's another method of making gin called bathtub. You've probably all heard of bathtub. Okay, what happens with bathtub is you macerate your botanicals in gin, and then you can distill elsewhere, do other things with them. So this is a two-step bathtub type gin. James gets fresh mangoes, he pulps them, and then he puts gin on them, and he leaves them there for about a week. So all that lovely mango infuses into the gin. It's quite a basic gin, mostly just juniper, not much citrus in there. But those lovely mangoes are left in there for a week. He then takes the gin off the mangoes, and then he puts that gin on fresh black peppercorns, and he only leaves that in there for about 16 hours. Because obviously black peppercorns are going to impart an awful lot of heat, an awful lot of spice, and he didn't want to overpower the mango. So this is how this one is made. Have you added tonic to this or not? To be honest with you, only because I'm a professional alcoholic, I drink this one neat because it's amazing. A sipping gin. Yes, well, I used a massive great ice cube in there. It's lovely, yeah. Yeah, or stick it in the freezer, you know, like you do with vodka. Yeah, chill it in the freezer, comes out all lovely and syrupy and viscous. If you want to try gin neat, go that one, because it's lovely. Proper sipping gin. Yes. It's gorgeous, but you get that lovely black pepper at the back of the palate, that lovely heat.
Need to order a bottle, maybe a case.
Yes, please, thank you. Bring it on.
Yeah.
I'll get James to sign your booklet for you and everything as well. Tomorrow. There you go. If you want to have this with tonic, I suggest, because it's quite highly flavoured, just have a normal, simple tonic or a lighter tonic. Garnish with a wedge of lime, give it a little squeeze, and if you're feeling cheeky, stick some black peppercorns in there, or some Sichuan pepper. I know, right? Right. So, little straw poll. Is this our favourite so far? Yeah. Yes. Really? Is it? Classic. Yes? It's like the classic? Perfect. It's gorgeous, isn't it? But only with tonic. Oh! Oh, you've taken the wind out of my sails there. Okay. Fair enough. Also good for making cocktails. Right. Next up is the very, very pretty one. Lychee and raspberry. So you'll notice we're getting slightly sweeter as we go along. The really important thing to note here is that the mango gin and the lychee gin are sweeter, obviously, in style than the Hertfordshire, but that's all down to the natural sweetness in the fruit. So no sugar is added here at all. A very famous gin company that makes pink gin has more sugar in it than a can of Coca-Cola. So just so you know, if you're on a diet, get the no sugar gin, please. Yes, I mean, it's difficult. Yes. You're going to love this one. Mm. Okay. So very similarly to the mango and black pepper, James uses fresh fruit for this particular one, fresh lychees. He macerates those on, again, a fairly simple base gin, although the base gin for this particular gin has more citrus in it than the one that goes into the mango and black pepper. So they're macerated to bring all that lovely sweetness, that slightly floral note to it. So again, it's not a London dry style, it's the bathtub style. He then uses the clarified juice of locally grown raspberries in Hertfordshire, Hertfordshire's quite famous for its raspberries. He adds that. So you'll notice that this gin has a slightly pink hue to it. Yeah, you see, even in this light. And that comes naturally from the raspberries. So, what do you initially get? Is it the lychees you get? Big old wallop? Lychee. Yeah. Okay. On the palate, if you drink a little sip neat, do you get some raspberry juice there? So that gives it slight acidity. A little bit of dryness. Raspberries are full of tannin, so like a red wine would make your gums dry, etc. Raspberries have exactly the same thing. You drink it neat. We have a man who would drink it neat. He's now my friend. He's from Wales. Okay. I'm sorry about that. Nothing wrong with that. Do we like this? Yes, it's lovely. Incredibly refreshing. No, they don't trust me with a boot full of gin, let me tell you now. Not to be trusted. Second favourite? Favourite. Okay, what are we getting online?
Yeah, good. Scottish guys love it neat, absolutely. Goes well with prawn crackers, apparently.
Goes well with prawn crackers, come on. Yeah.
They're liking it, yeah, they're liking it a lot.
Perfect. Loving that. Have you tried it with the tonic? Does it change it? Like it with that? Okay. So your perfect garnish for this would be a fresh raspberry and some mint, because raspberry and mint are a natural food pairing. You taste the raspberry on the palate, but you only taste mint through your nose. Did you know that? Get a mint leaf, put it in your hand, spank it, put it in your drink. It's beautiful. It'll just lift it. It's very, very summery. I'm not knocking it. It'll go brilliantly with any kind of Asian cuisine, I suspect. Yeah. And now I want prawn crackers, so thanks very much for that. Immediately. Send reinforcements. Spank the mint, it's a thing. Hashtag spank the mint. What have I done? What have I done? Should have said what? Okay. Now the ABV on that, don't know what that is. 40%, there we go, on that lovely one. Right. We're going to move on to our last little one here. Paddington's favourite gin. Not really. Paddington didn't eat gin. So we've got marmalade gin. Now, some of you may have had marmalade vodka, for example. Chase make a lovely marmalade vodka, but this is marmalade gin. So this is different from the others. This is the only one out of the group that has sugar added, because James makes his own marmalade, so you have to add sugar to that. So it's a kind of a cross between a spirit and a liqueur, but it still comes in at 41%, so it's definitely a gin. It's definitely a spirit. This is pretty gorgeous with soda water and lots of ice. But do try it with a tonic as well. So the marmalade is made in-house. Would it surprise you to learn that per bottle there is 75 grams of marmalade goes into every bottle of this? So it's a big old lump. How many's he had? Where is it? We gave it away. Just use your teeth. Use your teeth.
We're having that problem. Some of us have a leather on.
Look at that colour. There you go. Hold it up to the light, everyone. Look at that colour. So it's got this beautiful orange tint to it. And that's because it's made with fresh raspberry. No, it's not. It's fresh marmalade. Oh. Oh, no. We're having... They're coming with tools. Hang on a minute.
Oh, wow. He's done it. Hey, I went on Twitter. It wasn't printed.
It's a thing, I'm telling you. A barman thing, not a rude thing. Have you done it? Here we go. Okay, so James makes his own marmalade, I was saying. What he doesn't do is add all the pectin, because that's the thing that solidifies jam, basically, and you don't want that rummaging around your G&T, because that's minging. So he doesn't add the pectin, so it's nice and runny. He makes his marmalade with orange peel and grapefruit peel. And they are especially dried in order to keep the essential oils in. So he macerates that down with the gin. He discards the first flush, if you like, because that's quite bitter. And then he moves on. He adds a little bit of lemon juice. He adds the water just to dilute the alcohol. It's filtered and it's bottled. And it's that simple and that's beautiful, which is why it's so pure and so natural. Do we love? Oh, jury's out. Oh, okay. Favourite colour, but not flavour. Still not open the bottle.
We've got a Leatherman over here.
Secretly sculling it. You like it with a tonic? Okay. Are we getting any response? Tonic. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yes. You may.
I've got an interesting tasting note coming from our online audience.
Yes.
Of notes of Paddington in a skip. Make of that what you will.
Is that my husband? I like that. You can come to my house for dinner. I like that. That's funny. More like that, please. Yes, Paddington in a skip. I'm going to write that down. That'll be in the next brochure. Thank you very much. So have we divided the audience? Is this a bit Marmite, do we think? It's good? See what you did there. Love it? Don't even go there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Do you prefer it to the Hertfordshire Dry now?
Yeah.
Is that still your favourite? It's gorgeous, isn't it? It's very, very lovely. I would, for those of you that want a garnish, wedge of pink grapefruit, please, in this as your garnish with your tonic or your soda, which is lovely. So, I hope you've enjoyed your 5 gins. Now listen, Christmas is coming up. Who knew? Please go online. You do get a discount code, I believe, in your booklets. Go online, get these lovely tasting kits for the ones that you love so that you can drink it with them. So you get half the present. See what I did there? Also, all the bottles are available online or through copperintheclouds.com. Please support James, he's fabulous. Yes. So go. All the products are available from inhousetasting.com, or you can visit Copper in the Clouds online. He has a little online shop. Please support your little local gin makers. I think he does a fabulous job. I don't know about you, but they're really rather lovely. He's keeping the gin industry going. No, it's true. Well, I drink most of it. He doesn't do tours yet because he literally works out of a tractor workshop. He makes rum. He makes rum as well. Wooden Moose rum, it's called, and that's delicious. Like the marmalade. So you get these in the miniatures, you get them in the half bottles, and you get them in the full bottles. I should just say a little shout out to the gorgeous Manasses, who is the artist who does all the lovely artwork for Copper in the Clouds, which are really rather dinky. Chilean chap. But it remains for me to say thank you very much for drinking this gin. I hope you all enjoyed it at home. I hope you're all rather squiffy, and I hope to see you again. So thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Rowan. That's been amazing. I only just about stand up. But I'm
My
gonna
job
hold
is
on.
done. My job is done.
I think It's without the tonic for me.
Yes.
I'm a whiskey drinker, so I like
there
going
we go.
hard. Yeah.
Yeah, my kind of guy.
So, it's time to carry on with some more of our evening entertainment. Yeah. You can tell, can't you? Oh, dear. I'm going to hand over to our resident, famous quizmaster, Flash Darren.
Yay! Thank you very much. Now, if I can manage to get my words out, I have the pleasure of introducing the next section of the great entertainment for this evening. So tonight, we're going to combine the quiz with the live band. Now, for all of you who took part in the quiz last year, you'll be familiar with the format, but I'll run through a few of the rules and how to join the quiz to start with. Okay. So for everyone, this will be in the chat shortly, but if you can join, www.kwbit.com or quizbit.com. Okay? You can join from any device, and as the quiz runs, we'll have some fantastic music running in the background for you. Once you've joined, you just need to enter in the code and your team name or your individual name. Now, we've got some fantastic prizes for you tonight, so if you want to take part just as fun, you can do. Make up your name, that's absolutely fine. But if you want us to be able to track your performance and have a chance of winning one of the great prizes, which I'll tell you about in a minute, then please use your name so we can recognize who you are. Okay, so once you've entered onto the platform, if you can put in the code, which again will be in the chat shortly, it's W83522. That's W83522. How you getting on, Pete? Joining?
I'm struggling to see the phone.
Okay. So, the format of the quiz. The quiz will be online. Everything is online, and it's done at the speed of your internet. There are 6 rounds of 12 questions. The format of the questions will be multiple choice or a keypad. So please read the question clearly to understand what you have to do. The questions are timed, and you have 20 seconds to be able to actually answer the question. And there's bonus points for the speed that you answer in. In each round, there could be an evil question. You won't know what it is, but it can deduct points if you get it wrong. Thanks, Pete. In terms of the points, so each round is scored individually. So you'll be able to see the top 10 in the leaderboard as the round goes on. But the points will be wiped clear at the end of each round so that you won't get to see who is actually winning the overall quiz as you go along. As you go along, you'll be able to find for the quiz at the end, we'll have the top 10 places and the prizes for the top 10. So in third place, we have a Bluetooth speaker. In second place, we have a noise-cancelling headphones. And in first place, we have the Apple AirPods. Okay, we'll take our time in getting the quiz started so you can all get on. But now, it's my absolute pleasure, and a slight change in the schedule, but to introduce you to the fabulous Filthy Casuals.
twist around the back street. I don't think I wanna be this way. In the red dress, wanna get up frisky. I don't know, thinking might get risky. Give me another, 'cause I am going in. I wanna take you home tonight. Don't let me be alone tonight. I wanna take you home. You look like my kryptonite. I think we'll be right. I wanna take you home. Red eyes feeling sleepless. Look down and I see the same red dress. Oh no, I think I've done it again. Roll over and I think I'm in a nightmare. Dark hair, dark eyes, and I'm right there. This is how it all went down last night. I was walking over already being wasted. I didn't know if you really wanna face it. Did you think I looked like Romeo? Standing there with my boots on. Dancing to you could fancy a new one. Say anything, just don't say no. I wanna take you home tonight. Don't let me be alone tonight. I wanna take you home. You look like my kryptonite. I think we'll be alright. I wanna take you home. Thank you. Hope you're all doing okay tonight, guys. We just want to say a massive thank you for having us here. And as you heard, we're the Filthy Casuals. And this next song is called Be Wild, Be Free. So we hope you guys enjoy it. She's been playing with the snowflake. She doesn't feel the cold. You know she's once a wise, and you can't keep your eyes on her. She's a long shot. She can't keep disguising yourself tonight. Beware of who you trust in the darkest hour of the night. Not everyone is who they see from first sight. I'll be free, like the wings and fly. Don't worry about tomorrow, take care of tonight. I don't think you did that, it's something you regret inside. Believe me, I'll make you right. attention. It's not the way she moves. She thinks she's got a good invention, but nothing left to lose. You know she's one to watch, she can't keep your eyes on her. She's a long shot, but she can't keep the sky singing. Yourself tonight. Beware of who you trust in the darkest hour of the night. Not everyone is who they seem from the side. While being free, such a reason high. Don't know how to nothing I'll take care of tonight. I don't think you clear that it's something you regret inside. Believe me, I can make it right.
Hopefully some of you guys at home have had a couple of gins now, and hopefully you might enjoy this next song. If you do know, please sing along at home. Sing along if you're in the room too. We'd love to hear it. So we're doing a little bit of a combination of some covers and some of our own songs. And so this next song's called Change, and this is one of our own. You know I try, but I just can't try it anymore. You know I'll fight, but I just can't fight it anymore. Take a break. That's a decision we should come. back to the same. Maybe I'll go back to my way. My love will never be the same. Just for you. I know I'm not no, no, Gloucester in the southwest, and we're called the Filthy Casuals, and we're just really grateful for everyone here today and everyone at JBL and Harman and everything who's put this on for us and given us this platform. So we'd just like to say thank you very much, and hopefully some of you like the Arctic Monkeys.
lying. Time after I'm trying. So God help me to bless us with your revelations. We're grateful that some things we comforted. And I wonder how you put in asunder. Cause we can't take our eyes off the desensitized combination. We'll see you later, innovator. Someone to kiss, someone to kick you. There's not a night you couldn't slip through. Alright, that's the impression I got. Cause I still back away and she's not away yet, but she's yours. Show me some music. Show me the jacuzzi. I imagine I was there on a play. Oh, I'm in the rain. Easy, I'll never be fine to make you wait for a while. I doubt it's your style. Not to get what you said. I'll do it quietly as I reply on your body and forecast this storm. Collected and commanded. You let the other story stand in with your additions of jokes that the sun kiss the blokes out of wet cause you've stolen that thunder. Are you putting asunder? Cause we can't take our eyes off the unitized combination. We'll see you later, innovator. So this song's our last one, just for the end of this little break, and then I think you're going for a few more drinks, so enjoy those, and then join us back a little bit later. This one's called Runaway. This is one of our new tracks that hopefully we'll be releasing on all the major streaming platforms soon, so look out for that one.
just fine while I wait for tomorrow. Let's just go tonight. Let's just go tonight. Time won't wait for no one. Let's not waste a day. You and I together. Let's run away. Let's run away. Let's run away. Let's run away. So this is the part where I'd like to say thank you. And we're just going to say a massive thank you to everyone in JBL. So let's get your hands in the air, even if you're sat at home. Enjoy yourself. Let's make an evening of this. So we've been the Filthy Casuals. We've got Max on the drums, Dan on the bass, and Scott on the guitar. And this is Runaway. And we hope you enjoy it. Come back and see us later. Thank you very much. I'll catch you later.
And again, okay, that's pretty much it from us. We're just going to wrap up with a few bits and pieces. We've got some prizes to give away. The quiz is taking ages, so the prizes are some AirPods, a Flip 5 speaker, some headphones, but once that's done, we'll put it on the chat, who's won, and then we'll dish the prizes out. The other two things we've got to do, hidden sweets. Everybody who's entered that, we're going to pull that out now. So,
Hidden Sweet competition. So this is to win a 50-inch ultra high def.
always let me do it.
Screen.
Oh yeah, drum roll.
Come
Oh.
on.
Sorry, could have warned you.
Ready?
Ready. Matt North. So that was Hidden Sweets.
It wasn't fixed, honestly. There's loads of
Honestly, it
names in the
wasn't.
hat, so,
So-
just prove that.
And the next one we've got to do is for the attending the sponsor meeting. So, Dave, can you draw that one? Okay. Drum roll, please.
Mark Badui. Mark Bardui.
Well done, Pete.
Yay!
So that was to win an iPad. So we'll send that out to you, no worries.
So, it leaves me to thank you very much for being part of today. Thanks so much for staying with us all the way through, listening to all the presentations, engaging with the sponsors. I'd like to do 3 votes of thanks. Firstly, thanks to our fantastic sponsors who've made this event possible. So, big round of applause. A special thanks to the team from Harman UK for giving us the fantastic experience centre down here in Hemel Hempstead. We really couldn't have done an event like this without you guys. Thank you so much. And I also want to thank our fantastic media production team today, which is AV Team UK. You guys have been totally fantastic. Thank you so much.
Cheers, boys.
So it's just left for me to say, we'll see you in April 2022. And we're going to hand back to the Filthy Casuals, the fantastic band we have with us this evening. Guys, let's have you back. I'll leave you with the Filthy Casuals.
I didn't expect to be back so soon. You know I still got feelings, but they never come out. Something I need to tell you, but I can't say how. Let me know your secrets, I'll let you know mine. It's what I've got and it's stuck in my mind. I'll put up a fight when you turn off my light. When you put up a wall. Some of you guys know this next song, and if you do, join in. See some hands. Do wanna please, gonna spread the disease because I wanna. Gonna cut all the shots on the nose and the knots because I'm gonna. At least we had a strong ending, eh? To be honest, I'm shocked that on our first ever very big small gig in terms of the live stream that we've only made one error so far. This is our last song, and this one's called No Hurry, and it was our first ever single that we released as a band together. And hopefully some of you guys might go home and stream it or download it or all that kind of stuff and give us some support. So thank you very much. We've been the Filthy Casuals. I hope you guys have a lovely rest of your night.
Thank you very much. Have a great rest of your night.